Music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly get caught in the fray. Facts and logic with a twist of jest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor pulls the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Machine Pun Kelly with a set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Hello, and welcome to the Punniest Show on Earth. So, that doesn't really constitute a pun. But this is the Pun Show, so I have to think of a pun at some point in the show. What did you guys think about Pam Bondi's performance yesterday? I was thinking was not very good. Has not been well received. I haven't seen anybody going, wow, she did great. Well, except for a few MAGAs. Like that she, like didn't back down, she's tough and all that. And no. She was just an obstinate little troll. It's kind of hard to be the good guy when you're the other side is like raped children. And it's like if this were a partisan issue or a political issue, then I'd be like, whatever. But on this particular issue, to be so just grotesquely partisan about it. Especially like when she couldn't even turn around and acknowledge the victims that were standing there. And she was sitting there saying, yeah, anybody can, the phone number is right here. And she's being all performative. And then she's like, then they ask, okay, how many of you are here are victims? And then like half the room stands up. How many of you have called? And they all raise their hands. How many of you have been able to reach the DOJ? None of them. So that kind of says a lot. Starting to think that she's really not interested in helping the victims of Epstein. So that's the first thing. Mostly today, I want to talk about the SAVE Act, which I guess it's through the House now, and it's going to hit the Senate. And then if it hits the Senate, it probably won't pass. But I still think it's worth discussing. And I think it's worth discussing because if it were to pass, it could probably be one of the most damaging things to happen to our elections in our lifetime. They talk about it being about election integrity. But this is actually the opposite of election integrity. The entire thing is set up and designed to destroy election integrity. I'm going to go through in considerable detail about why that is and how that is and what its roots are and why it's going to have constitutional challenges. As always, as I was doing my research, I learned some things. I learned some really interesting things. And in this case, I was actually a bit encouraged because just in spite of just how horrendous it is, I was encouraged by, if you will allow me this weird thing to say, I was encouraged by how unconstitutional it is and how just obviously it is going to be struck down by the courts almost instantly. But so we got Og says Kelly Sklar 100%. Voter ID should be mandatory. The original unadulterated Constitution said only white landowners could vote. That's right. That's what they said. They didn't say anything about voter IDs. But that's quite an opinion there that you think we should return to that. But again, this is not about a voter. This is not a voter ID law. Every time I see the discussion come up, people are like, you should have to show voter ID when you vote. The SAVE Act is not a voter ID law. It keeps getting confused with the voter ID law. It has nothing to do with voter ID at all. So let's talk about what it is and what it does. And maybe even by the time I'm done, because if Jen here thinks we should return to that, it's interesting. Jen, I'm assuming, is Jen are you a woman, Jen? You don't think you should vote? So that's interesting. Her vote is that she doesn't think that we should be able to vote, or she should be able to vote. All right, so let's talk about the SAVE Act, what the GOP doesn't tell you about the SAVE Act, uncovering the racist roots. Yep, there are some extremely racist roots there, which should make Jen happy, and it's great replacement connections. So let's start going through this. This one, I don't know how long it'll take to go through, but we'll see. All right, so first off, just some of the things we're going to talk over. What is the SAVE Act? The claimed problem versus reality, non-citizen voting, the data. What does the data actually tell us about non-citizens voting? Impacts on eligible voters. Does it just impact non-citizens, or does it also impact eligible voters? The constitutional issues with the SAVE Act, there are several, and we'll go through those. This is the part that I found encouraging. The origins of the Great Replacement Theory, which that's what this is. This is just a wedge to get Great Replacement Theory nonsense stuck into our laws. The mainstreaming in the U.S. politics. Thank you, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. How the SAVE Act fits into the whole Great Replacement Theory, the broader consequences, and then we'll get to the comments and whatnot. So what is the SAVE Act? The SAVE Act is the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. It amends the National Voter Act. Hang on. It focuses on federal elections, requires stricter proof of citizenship at registration. It is not about just showing picture ID at the polls. It is for voter registration, demands documents proving citizenship beyond typical IDs like driver's licenses, and creates barriers far beyond standard voter ID laws. Key provisions, proof requirements, in-person mandates, purges, penalties, and immediate implementation. So let me just clarify something that you may not know. Maybe even Jen doesn't know. There is not a single state. This is like one of the things people think about is like that when they just think of it as a voter ID law. There is not a single state that has the current requirements that would be required in the SAVE Act. Not one state. Not one state is ready. Not Texas. Not even Wyoming. I think Wyoming has the most strict registration laws. There are only 3 states. Did you know this? There are only 3 states that actually require you show proof of citizenship when you register. There's a few other states that have passed the legislation but haven't been able to enact it for various reasons, such as, like the whole Constitution thing. But yeah, I think that's interesting. So there's that. So we'll get into whether it's needed and why it may or may not be needed. So let's go on. Let's just go on. I've got all this stuff in order. I'm going to try to not get distracted today. Which I say that every day, and then every day I get distracted. But okay. Bill introduction and history. HR 22, introduced January 3rd, 2025 by Representative Chip Roy. This is their second stab at this. They tried to do it in 2024, but HR 8281 in the 118th Congress passed the House April 10th of 2025, expanded as the SAVE Act, and it passed the House on February 11th, 2026. So that was yesterday. Now it's in the Senate, and it's probably not going to get past the filibuster. There's no Democrats that are looking to cross over, and at least Lisa Murkowski is actually voting against it. I wouldn't be surprised if Rand Paul did too, because there are constitutional issues here. And as much as I disagree with Rand Paul is pretty much a constitutionalist. But I think we need to discuss it anyway, even if it isn't going to go through, because you have people that are ready to just be on board with it without having any idea what's in it. I just think I'm really curious to see if you find out what's in it, are you still going to do it? Are you still going to be for it? So what does it say? It says you must present documents like a U.S. passport, certified birth certificate plus photo ID, naturalization certificate, or limited others. All right, so you have to have a birth certificate, or for most people, it comes down to one of three documents: a birth certificate, a passport, or a naturalization certificate. About half of Americans don't have a passport. So for most people, it's going to be a birth certificate or a naturalization certificate, and like a photo ID, like a driver's license. Your typical real ID or standard driver's license doesn't qualify by itself. There are some in some states that there's a citizenship indicator on your driver's license. And if you have a citizenship indicator on your driver's license, then that qualifies. But that's very few driver's license actually have that standard. There's an alternative process for those without docs, attestation, evidence review, but this is burdensome. And currently there are, hang on a second here. Currently there are 21.3 million citizens that lack ready access, and 3.8 million have none. So by ready access, that means like within in a couple of days, you could get it. Like I don't have my birth certificate, like say a college student is away to college, and their birth certificate is hang on a second. Gonna sorry. Getting a little warm in here, so I'm asking Google to turn down my temperature. So let's go back here. They impacted 21.3 million citizens lack ready access, which means, like, let's say you're a college student and you live in Dallas, but you go to school in Austin. And so most of the year you're now in Austin and you're going to vote in Austin, but your parents are in Dallas and your birth certificate is in the safe that has all the family documents in it. So you have to somehow get to Dallas to get your birth certificate to register to vote. But then there's others. There's about 3.8 million Americans. And I'm not talking about illegal immigrants or something like that. Actual born in America Americans that just don't have a birth certificate. and they don't have a passport. And they can't get a passport because they don't have a birth certificate. And especially in the South with older Black people, there are some people that were just born here and didn't get a birth certificate. They were born at home and they never got a birth certificate. So there's a little less than 4 million people that have that. They are American citizens. And we'll get into this later, but it's a real question. Do you have to have a birth certificate to vote? Or do you have to be a citizen to vote? Because the Constitution does say you have to be a citizen. It says nothing about having to be a citizen that has a birth certificate. And there are citizens that don't have birth certificates. And a disproportionate number of these people are people of color, they're young people, or they're low income. Married women have more hurdles to jump through because the name on their driver's license and the name on their birth certificate might not match. So they have to, rustle up their marriage certificate, or I think there's some things that they have to go through that, like unmarried women wouldn't have to go through. And this we'll get into more later. If you're affecting different people at different rates, that's a violation of the 14th Amendment. And rural voters, which can also be born at home, and which can also be white, and which can also be Trump voters. But I don't care which kind of voter you are. I don't care who you're voting for. If you are an American citizen, you should be allowed to vote. Period. I don't think we should make it harder for American citizens to vote. I think we should make it easier for American citizens to vote. So this is not an untested thing. Kansas passed a similar law, and it blocked 31,000 legitimate eligible voters from registering to vote. 31,000 people could not vote, even though they were actual American citizens who wanted to vote. And that was about 12% of their whole voting population. So it says it can be a significant burden. And we'll get more into this later, but this is just kind of introductory. Part of the problem is not just that you have to register. You have to register in person. Like the proof must be presented in person for most registrations. That means you can't mail it in. You can't do it online anymore. It effectively ends mail-in voting or mail-in registration, which 6 million people did in 2022, and online registration, which is done in 42 states. There are some accommodations for people that have disabilities, but they're limited. This is an issue and impact. It burdens mobile voters. That means people who moved within a year. The thing is, you don't just have to register to go there to register to vote. If you moved in the last year, you have to go and you have to update your registration in person. So everybody that, if you ever, move from one apartment to another and your address changed, you have to physically go down there and confirm your new address. It's not just about proving you're a citizen at that point. It's about proving that you're a citizen that lives at the new address. You can't even just update your address online. No. You have to go and you have to prove it to people at DMV. This also applies to people that are in the military or overseas. This disrupts registration drives. It makes it almost impossible for registration drives to work, which I think is part of the problem They're trying to disrupt registration drives. The GOP is not interested in keeping undocumented people from voting. They're not interested in keeping non-citizens from voting. And I'll prove that in a few minutes. What they are interested in is keeping American citizens from voting, from keeping people of color from voting, from keeping young people from voting. The other thing this does is it creates backlogs in the offices. So when you suddenly have to have millions of more people going to the DMV to update their things, and they don't have all these new people in the DMV to take care of all this extra work, what happens? The DMV gets backlogged. And this, on top of all this, there's no funding for the extra staffing tech. So this is also going to lead into like these backlogs where you have to wait for hours and hours and hours to re-register to vote, or to just say you moved. You're going to have to spend like 2 days out of your life or something probably just to say you moved. This is not about non-citizens voting at this point. This is about just harassing people who moved so that they can't vote. Okay. So we should just return to that. Why do... Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, you got to have ID to do many things. You've got to have ID to do many things, renting a place to live. Yeah, we're not talking about voter IDs. I have a feeling I'm going to get stuck on this. This is not voter IDs. I am not talking about voter IDs. Hitler had a certain group carry identification page. Yes. Yes. Carrying your papers is not at all something the Nazis would do. Like that's just so sad. No, they can't. You can buy malt liquor and cigarettes if you're a non-citizen. You can buy liquor and cigarettes if you're a legal immigrant, but you can't vote if you're a non-citizen. This is not about IDs. I mean, it's like, do you listen? Makes no difference if you're not smart enough to be an American. You have no right to vote. And nobody's saying you don't have a right to... Nobody is saying non-citizens should be able to vote. Only if you're an idiot. What do you mean by that? What is only if you're an idiot? It's going to be one of those days, isn't it? All right. So anyway, you have to go to DMV. Anybody, any of the MAGAs in the crowd? Any of you like moved in the last year? Who likes going to DMV and spending half their life there? You like going there, Nicholas? Now you have time, not last. Just go when the parking lot isn't full. Sounds like somebody that lives somewhere where there's times when the parking lot isn't full. We'll get more into why this is all problematic later. All right, so it also does this. There are criminal penalties and private lawsuits. So officials face fines up to 5 years of prison for knowingly registering non-citizens or without proof. And this gets a bit ambiguous on what does it mean without proof, knowingly registering without proof. There's stuff that makes it sound like you could just inadvertently register somebody that's not a citizen and then spend 5 years in prison for it. And this is on top of the fact that you're overtaxing, you're overburdening people with the DMVs. You're already making the backlog and the stress higher. by making all of these requirements to re-register every time that you move, and making all of these people that didn't have to come in and register, now they have to come in and register, and then they make one mistake and then they can go to prison for 5 years. On top of that, on top of being able to get sent to prison for it, anyone can sue for violations. So like you can sue, with this law, you would be able to sue personally somebody at the DMV that accidentally registered a non-citizen. And it applies to federal, state, and local workers. And so we've already got issues where we're having trouble keeping enough citizens or enough workers working. This is only going to make that worse. And so it's going to degrade our actual electoral system. And this is one of the things I find ironic about the whole thing. The whole thing is to protect the integrity of our election system. But what it's actually doing is it's making the integrity of our election system even worse. It's undermining the integrity of our election system because it's making it so that nobody is going to want to work there. Nobody's going to want to get sued and go to jail the first time they make a mistake. It creates this cloud of intimidation and deters volunteering and recruitment amid 40% turnover. We've already got 40% turnover nationwide because Donald Trump and his minions and all the stuff they go on with the fake voting and stuff. It's just everybody's like, I don't have time for that. I don't want to get like death threats and sent to prison and all kinds of stuff because of like bogus allegations. It also, just out of paranoia, could end up leading to people being rejected that are legitimate citizens. You have some worker there that doesn't want to go to jail, and so, the signature doesn't look right to them, and so then they reject a person that's the same person, but their signature changed a little bit over 20 years, which happens. And then they get told, no, that's not you, and you're like, but it's me. And they're like, no, I don't want to go to jail. And so you can have artificially rejected people. And then it strains the opposite. It adds to threats post 2020. In 2020, there were so many people that got death threats. They had death threats. Their family had death threats. Some of them had their pets get death threats. I mean, they threatened to go and kill people's pets. Why? Because of this nonsense from the MAGA faithful that's, we're making up these allegations about stolen elections and all that nonsense. So their stated goal is that this is to prevent non-citizen voting in federal elections. That's what all of this is about, is supposed to be keeping non-citizens from voting in federal elections. And I will agree with you on this. Non-citizens should not be allowed to vote in federal elections. And guess what? Non-citizens aren't allowed to vote in federal elections. They're not in any state, not in California, not in the most liberal counties in the country, not in the most liberal states in the countries. Nobody lets illegal immigrants vote in federal elections. There are some cases where undocumented immigrants are allowed to vote in certain local elections, like the school board elections. Like if parents of citizens, like their children are American citizens and they aren't, they are allowed to vote for the school board in their child's school. Like there's some exceptions like that. And that seems to me to be pretty reasonable. You should be able to vote for the school board in your own school when you are paying taxes for that school board or that school district. They're saying this is to restore public confidence amid fraud claims, but they're the ones that made the fraud claims. They're the ones that stirred up the hysteria. Representative Roy says only U.S. citizens should vote, which is a straw man argument. Nobody has ever been arguing or tried to propose or anything that non-U.S. citizens should vote. Speaker Johnson says Democrats have expressed a desire to turn non-citizens into voters. This is not true. This is not true at all. I think that maybe he's misconstruing and deliberately misrepresenting the fact that some Democrats feel like there should be a pathway to citizenship. But that's not a turning non-citizens into voters. That's a pathway to citizenship. And yes, once they become citizens, they should be allowed to vote. Only if you're an idiot. Okay, so no. What is the data on who actually votes from the group of Americans that are supposedly being blocked? I want to know how truly big of an impact this is. Good question, and that is very much in this deck, and I will get to that. That is one of the, maybe the most important question in this whole discussion, is the number of people that are voting illegally versus the number of people that will legally be disallowed from voting, the people that will be prevented from voting that should be allowed to vote. The numbers are staggering. When your visa up, you got to go. What does that have to do with anything? They're issued a driver's license that is not legal, and then they go and vote. No, they don't. You drank too much Kool-Aid to believe that illegals don't vote. No, they don't. Can you provide an example of this happening and where I can find articles about it? Okay, and you're on YouTube. There's a in the description, you should see a link to the slide deck that I'm going through right now. And in that slide deck, there are all kinds of source material and links to the original source material. Oh, you're asking Bruce. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So yeah, Bruce's stuff is made up. So I can't provide you any evidence of that. All right. So whoops. All right. So let's start getting into that question about who isn't voting and who won't be allowed to vote. All right. The reality, non-citizen voting is extremely rare. In Utah, they did a massive audit. And they found one non-citizen registered, and they didn't vote. Sometimes non-citizens accidentally register or accidentally get registered, but they don't vote. Georgia, there were 20 and by the way, non-citizens includes legal immigrants and illegal immigrants. And sometimes there's just like little goofs, like they're getting their driver's license and they accidentally check off the box on the driver's license thing. But not everybody that registered illegally actually intended to vote. The Nationwide Heritage Database, which goes back to 1984, shows about somewhere between 80 and 100 cases of non-citizens, including illegals and legals, like legal immigrants and non-legal immigrants. A total of 100 or less non-immigrant or non-citizens who have voted in 44 years, or well, 42 years. And that includes federal elections, that includes primaries, That includes local elections, that includes mayor elections and city council elections and school board elections, like every single kind of election that there is. It includes billions of votes, literally billions of votes, and less than 100 of non-citizens voting. So that's like a rate of 0.00001% of ballots are cast by undocumented migrants. And of those, or of non-citizens, and of those, only a fraction of those are from undocumented migrants. And of those, believe it or not, the majority of them wouldn't have even been prevented by the SAVE Act, because the very, very, very rare instances of undocumented migrants voting, they're using fake birth certificates and fake passports to register to vote. So saying you need to have a passport or a birth certificate to vote is not going to prevent them from voting. They're just going to use the same fake stuff that they used the first time. And yeah, that's a felony. And yeah, they end up in prison for it. And I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying that you should be allowed to do it. I'm just saying it's not happening on any scale worth worrying about. There is a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver of people that have voted illegally over decades. In all, like, I went through them one time. I think there were like 3 of them maybe that were cast in presidential elections. And each of those were fake passports. So impact on eligible voters, 21.3 million citizens lack ready access to. So on the one side, you've got maybe 100 people over 40 years that vote illegally. Impacts on eligible voters. You have 21.3 million citizens that lack ready access to the documents, according to a Brennan Center survey. And 3.8 million have none at all. So the 21.3 million that don't have ready access is, like I said, they had their birth certificate, but it's locked in their mom's safe. Or for instance, they just lost it. They don't know where it is. They have one, but they lost it and they have to order a new one, which this will be important. We'll come back to this later. You can have actually even shown your birth certificate already and still be not allowed to register to vote. There's a disproportionate, the people that don't have their ready access to their birth certificates and the people that don't have them at all are disproportionately people of color, youth, low-income people, married women, and rural voters. So 3 of those, the people of color, youth, and low-income people, are more likely to be Democrats. But surprisingly, married women are more likely to be Republican, and so are the rural voters. But that's not surprising. So this affects people across both sides of the aisle. And I don't care which way you vote. If you're a citizen, you should be allowed to vote. I will be as upset for the MAGAs that can't vote and the trad wives that can't vote as I am for the, black people in Chicago that can't vote. I don't care which way it is. If you're an American citizen, you should be able to vote without having to jump through hurdles. Okay. Sorry. And the thing is why is this? It could suppress turnout in razor-thin races. The idea is not to keep undocumented people from voting. The idea is to keep American citizens from voting. When you look at the overall demographics, it's about like for every two Democrats, it puts hurdles for 1 Republican. And so if you disavow, if you disenfranchise 100 people, 66, 67 of them are going to be Democrats and 34 of them are going to be Republicans. So for every 100, you get like a 35 vote swing towards the Republicans. This law favors the Republicans. And so when you have elections like we've had lately, where the margins are within 1% or 2%, and if you can prevent 1 or 2% of those people from voting, or like in Kansas, 12%, and then that's going to swing like so. In Kansas, it was 12% that couldn't vote, right? And so if you were to say 8% of those, that would be 8% of the Democrats and 4% of the Republicans. So that's 4% swing. When you can swing a vote 4%, you can change the outcome of the elections. And that's what the goal is here. The goal is not to prevent undocumented people from voting. The goal is to prevent Democrats from winning elections. It's by having legitimate, actual American citizens voting. Okay, so we've got some comments coming in. Okay, cheap viewer stream, bro. I don't know what that means. Deport MAGA. So let's cut through all the excuses. Do you support voter ID? We're not talking about voter ID. I am not talking about voter ID. I feel like I'm going to say this sentence a lot. We are not talking about voter ID. The SAVE Act is not about voter ID. Voter fraud definitely was one of those manufactured consent issues. It's not. It's non-existent, but Republicans are willing to argue that we need a 34-step verification for voting. I don't think you know what the voter registration process is. Oh, Jeb, you're talking to, yeah, I don't think Jeb knows much of anything. What did you need to provide the state in order to register? Most states already have some kind of requirement, but there's also alternatives for the thing is it's not just about the first time that you register, first of all. So Jeb, have you moved? You know, that's a big thing. It's not just that you registered to vote. How many people vote every year? How many people move? If you moved to vote, if you registered and then you moved, a lot of places, most places right now, you can go online and update your address. But you can't do that anymore. Now you have to go and you have to take all your papers and you have to show that you've moved you've moved. You have to reestablish everything. Anyone that doesn't, we're not talking about voter ID, Stephen. That's an opinion. I don't know what's not the, that is not, I don't know what's not the facts. I can't remember because it was almost 30 years ago. Has it changed? Well, it's going to change. That's the point. If the SAVE Act passes, it will change. If the SAVE Act passes, then if you move, then you have to go re-register. I imagine you're not living in the same place for the last 30 years. It's possible, but a lot of people don't. History repeats itself. Does no one remember the Jim Crow voter literacy test? This is going back to that. A lot of it is. And a lot of these people would be just pass the test. Who doesn't have an ID? We're not talking about ID. Thank you for admitting you don't know anything about the topic. Why get so emotional about something you know nothing about? Oh, wow. All right. Score 1 for Sapphire. What is the false information? Why? I think she's trying to get a baseline there. You know, I am trying to educate you, but you're not doing a very good job of listening. Democrat from Houston says it's racist to have voter ID. Well, it's not racist to have voter ID. We're not talking about voter ID. If you can't get an ID, we're not talking about voter ID. You have to live in a location for a certain amount of time to register to vote. Yes. It is entirely racist to have voter ID for an American citizen. We're not talking about voter ID, people. We are not. The SAVE Act is not a voter ID law. It's not. It is not a voter ID law. Let's get that through our heads. Let's stop talking about voter ID. We're talking about the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act is not a voter ID law. You got it? Let's just put that baby to bed. I just went through and explained what the SAVE Act is. It is not a voter ID law. I know it's hard for some people to think, but let's try. Okay, so let's an overview of the constitutional issues with the SAVE Act. It raises multiple challenges under the U.S. Constitution and precedents. Key concerns: undue burdens, First and 14th Amendments, equal protection, federal overreach, conflicts with the NVRA, due process, and vagueness. We're going to get into all of this in the following slides. Similar state laws were struck down, such as the one in Kansas. Arizona was partially done. And legal groups predict lawsuits if enacted. ACLU, the Brennan Center, the CLC all predict lawsuits. So there's the violations of the First and 14th Amendments, which basically there's this thing called the Anderson-Burdick test, which I think is interesting, and I think this helps to put things in light. Like we had just talked about, there are very, very few people that actually vote illegally. There are very, very few non-citizens that have to vote, that vote illegally. And then there is a good number of people, like millions of people, literally millions of people that would be affected by this law, by this voting law. And I believe that the First Amendment actually covers the right to vote. Like that's part of your free speech. So there's this thing called the Anderson-Burdick test. And what that is that there's two like sides to the Anderson-Burdick test. There's the Anderson side and there's the Burdick test. And this is one of those things that I learned while I was studying this today. And I think this is really interesting because I think this is actually a really good way of thinking about this. And like even just election law, period. So there was a guy in Indiana named Anderson, and he was running for office, and they didn't put his name on the ballot because he didn't get his signatures in on time. But it was like really, really early, and it was kind of a disadvantage for smaller parties to get their name, to get their signatures and stuff on time, and there wasn't enough time for him to do that. Even though there was like plenty of time to, let the ballots be printed up and everything. So he sued and said this was a violation of the voting rights of the people that wanted to vote for him. If they couldn't, like if his name wasn't on the ballot, that was a violation of their voting rights. And then the courts heard that, and they said that to get, to have that early of a deadline on the petitions was an undue burden on the voters. Like, you can't make things too hard for the voters unless you show there's some sort of interest of the state, like you're protecting an interest of the state in doing it. And they decided that the interest of the state that was being protected was not that great, and the burden on the voters was greater than the interest to the state. And so that's one side of it. That's the Anderson side of it. That guy's name was Anderson. The other side is this guy named Burdick. And in Hawaii, they passed a law that said you can't do write-in votes. And just because you don't get enough of them, they just tend to not do anything. But this guy named Burdick is like, no, I want to vote for Donald Duck. And I mean, he actually, that's who he voted for. He wanted to vote for Donald Duck as a protest vote. And so he sued Hawaii, saying that he should be able to vote for Donald Duck if he wanted to vote for Donald Duck. And they said, no, we don't accept write-in ballots. And the Supreme Court heard that, and they said that the state having to go through and count all those write-in votes that didn't mean anything, and there's a whole process if you actually want to get somebody really on the ballot and have a serious attempt to vote for somebody, like the interest in the voter is like the voter is not going to get Donald Duck elected or anything like that. And so that's the other side of it. Like, there's the interest of the state and there's the burden on the voter. And so there's this sliding scale. How far do you go on that? Which is greater, the interest of the state or the burden on the voter? And that's how they determine a lot of these election laws now, whether they're fair or not. Is it creating too great a burden on the voter, or is it creating too great a burden on the state? And the thing with the SAVE Act is you are talking about depriving millions of people of their right to vote in exchange for this infinitesimal possibility that somebody that's an undocumented migrant or something might be able to vote, or a non-citizen might vote. Not even just undocumented, but a non-citizen might vote. So most legal experts will look at this Anderson-Burdick test and they will say, based on the Anderson-Burdick test, this law is a wash. It will never stand up in court because the burden on the voters is so much greater than anything that the state has decided there's a need for. So there's no, because there's no interest of widespread issue justifies barriers for 21 million citizens. This issue's impacts it suppresses turnout. Courts strike if not proportional. So, and the fact that there's some unevenness in how it affects people is also relevant. But the burden on the voter is so much greater than the burden on the state by not doing this. There's a lot of people that are looking at this and saying, no, this can never survive. All right, I'm going to go back and start looking at some of the comments here. I guarantee there's going to be people just sitting there going, well, what's wrong with voter ID? This is the first line of the SAVE Act. Yes, when registering to vote. Okay, voter ID laws are about like when you vote, you have to present ID. The entire thing we're talking about is registering to vote. That's what I am talking about here. No, that's not what the voter IDs mean. Okay, man, you're reading headlines. No, I don't know what you're talking about. No, the first line of the bill is about registering to vote. It's not about voter ID. Voter IDs are about when you go to vote. You're going to vote. The SAVE Act is when you're going to register to vote. Totally different things. Voter ID law mostly refers to requiring citizens to present IDs at the polls, not for registration. Thank you. ID was already required to register. The SAVE Act will put an extreme burden on me. 72, been a registered voter since 18, married twice, will need to provide multiple documents of how I got from name on birth certificate to current name. That's one of the big, huge burdens. And the question becomes, is that a constitutional burden? Like, the Constitution requires you be a U.S. citizen, and everybody agrees. Nobody is sitting there saying non-citizens should be allowed to vote. But how do you prove you're a citizen? Is that a constitutional requirement? Is that a state requirement? Who decides how to decide? That's another aspect of the constitutional aspect of things. You want me to give you a full lecture through YouTube chat instead of listening to what he's already saying? So yes, like, just listen, JC. Some people just come in here. Illegals aren't allowed to vote. Vote blue, vote red, you get the same results regardless. I'm not talking in circles. The fact you think that it would take a full lecture to... no, I think it just would take you listening instead of being obdurate. Name change in marriage, divorce, get it updated as you go. You are not divorced or married at one time. It takes time. And still irrelevant though, Robin. The question is, like, not whether or not people should have been registered or not, or have their names changed or not. It's that 21 million people don't. This is not about what you should do, or it's not a constitutional requirement. It should not be a constitutional requirement to have your marriage license updated, or your name on your marriage license and birth certificate coincide with the name on your driver's license in order to vote. The requirement to vote is to be a citizen. Per the Heritage Foundation, over a 40-year period, there were 68 non-citizens that voted. Yeah. And those include legal non-citizens and undocumented non-citizens. A lot of the legal non-citizens didn't even know. There was some confusion as to whether or not they didn't even know they weren't citizens, because some of them are in, there's like some territories and stuff where there's like really confusing laws about it. Nobody's saying that that you shouldn't have to show ID to vote or to register. The question is whether or not you need to show a birth certificate or a passport to register. It's not about showing an ID, it's about showing proof of citizenship. Humans make mistakes and sometimes did it intentionally. Non-citizens can vote in some states for local, yes. We talked about that. So what are the differences in the way it was and now? Well, right now, you're not required to show proof of citizenship to vote in most places. In 47 of 50 states. Priority of back-end verification might help by reducing the burden of the registrant. However, the training for the government might be too much. The other side is who's going to pay for that. The government is, we'll get into this in a minute, but you know, you're basically talking about an unfunded mandate. That's the problem, but so you're kind of glossing over the problem here. If you have to have your information updated to register, then get it updated. But that is the crux of the issue, right? Like, the Constitution does not require you update your voter information. That the Constitution doesn't say that. The Constitution doesn't say that. It doesn't say you have to have your proof of citizenship on file with the government, and then they have to go and tell the government every time you move. The Constitution says you have to be a citizen. Throwing in hurdles is like making it harder for some people to vote than other people to vote. That's like saying just study for your little Jim Crow test. When you're putting barriers some people have that other people don't. You know who doesn't vote? Or you know who doesn't need to change their addresses? People who own their own homes. People that own their own homes aren't going to move, so they're not going to go and need to go and do these updates. And people that rent are more likely. They might have to do these updates every year. Legal, undocumented non-citizens. Explain that. No, legal, you can have legal non-citizens. You can have legal immigrants and you can have undocumented citizens. Or legal immigrants. I'm sorry. I might have misspoken. I don't know. But there are immigrants who are here legally and there are immigrants who are not here legally. And immigrants who, both of them, you know, very, very, very rarely vote. The 68 non-citizens who voted include both documented and undocumented immigrants. No, Yogoma, I am teaching you what you clearly do not understand. I did start from one point. I started from the beginning of the deck and now I'm moving forward. When I go through the comments, then the comments are jumping all over the place. What is making it? Well, if you have been here from the beginning, then you would know. I went through that. Men don't change their names when they vote or when they get married. So having to work out all that name change stuff, that is something that now women have to do that men don't have to do when they vote. People that don't move don't have to do extra hoops when they go to vote. People that, have their voter IDs and stuff or their birth certificates on them don't have to order birth certificates. There's all kinds of things. And when you look at it, like I said, there's like 21 million people that currently do not have ready access to their birth certificates or to their passports. Those people have a hurdle that they have to jump through to register to vote. They have to get that proof of citizenship. 3.8 million of those people don't have any way at all to get that thing. There just is no birth certificate available. So they have to, there's not even a hoop for them to jump through. So I don't know. I mean, like if you're trying to not hear what I'm saying, or if you're not understanding what I am saying, but there are some people, there are 21 million people that currently do not have the means to register to vote. So they have to do things to register to vote. And those things that they have to do, that makes it harder for them. Are you if you're in the horizontal feed instead of the vertical feed? For some reason, YouTube, through the StreamYard thing I do, you only get the horizontal comments in the horizontal feed, and you only get the vertical comments in the vertical feed. So go over to the vertical feed if you can. Or you can hang out in the horizontal feed, and I'll just pop them up. Same with their driver's license. I don't know what this is what I mean. Just saying hi to Kitty here. Hi, Kitty. The sheriff's in town, so watch out. I'm out of here. You're okay. One of them voting is negotiating one American citizens. Okay. One of them voting is negating one American citizen's votes. Well, first of all, it's not. That American citizen was still able to vote. And again, you're talking about 68 people over 40 years out of billions of votes versus 21 million Americans not being able to vote or having to go through extra challenges in order to vote. So this is like the whole thing I was talking about, the undue burden, the sliding scale. The burden on the state is not that great. The burden on the citizens is much, much greater. So the law is probably unconstitutional. If you have a passport, that will be sufficient. There are basically 3 primary documents that you can use to register to vote under the SAVE Act, which hopefully will never become an actual law. But those 3 things are a passport, a birth certificate, or a naturalization certificate. If you have a birth certificate, you also need like a photo ID. There are some driver's licenses, very few of them, that have like a citizenship thing on them. You can get those, like if you live in a border state and you want to go to Mexico and stuff, then you can get like a version of a driver's license that's like $40 extra. It's like a passport card. And you can use it like to go on cruises and whatnot without getting a passport. There's some military IDs I think have proof of citizenship on them, but not all. No, it's proof. Military ID is you have I think you actually need the birth certificate with the military ID. But even like military ID doesn't guarantee you're going to be a citizen, because you can be in the military and not be a citizen. Fornicate the SAVE Act. Okay. MAGA are not capable of understanding how hard this will be for all married women. Women are more likely to vote. Actually, what I thought the same thing, and at least in Trump won the married woman vote in 2024. He beat out the married woman. If you can figure that one out. You can't figure out that Trump will always say he was cheated out of votes. Win or lose, let's hope you're not a detective. No, you would not be a very good one if you were. My point exactly, Young Gun. What did Young Gun say? I scrolled up. See now. Would you rather have illegal aliens vote or an American citizen have to put up? I think this is what we call in logic a false dichotomy. I think that you're offering a choice between 2 things that are like not even a real choice. Would you rather have it's not put it this way. There are 3.8 million American citizens right now that have no voter, no birth certificate, no passport, no way to prove they're a citizen, but they are an actual citizen. There are 68 non-citizens that have voted in the last 44 years. Would you rather have 3.8 million Americans not be able to vote every single year, or have 3 non-citizens illegally vote? Like, if you want to break it down like that, or 2, or 1.5, actually. 44 years, 68, that's 1.5 per year. So you would disenfranchise 1 million Americans for every undocumented immigrant that voted. Why? And you have no questions about what I've said. No, there's only 3. There's only 68 documented. Do you know this? There is a Federalist website that has a database of all the voting and cheating that's gone on since I want to say 1984, might be 82, somewhere around there. Like, it goes back 40 years. And this database, JCB, only has 68 people that were non-citizens that have voted. And this database is not some liberal slanted thing. The whole point of the database, the whole reason they set it up, is that they were trying to prove how ubiquitous undocumented voting is. And what they ended up proving is that it's extremely rare, and they still won't admit that. What their own database proves, they still won't admit that. No, we should not allow people who do not play by our rules to vote. That's not the question. Nobody is saying that undocumented people should be allowed to vote. They all should. I think they were all tried. They were all convicted. They're all in jail, or at least they went to jail. You have to have an ID to get a house, get a background check, get a legal job. No, well, actually, you don't need an ID for all that, but that's not really what we're talking about. What we're talking about is whether or not you need a birth certificate to vote. We're not talking about if you need an ID to cash a check. We're talking about if you need a birth certificate to vote. And it takes like months to get. And that's just counting I mean, that's not counting. You have to get your passport photo. If you don't have your birth certificate, you need your birth certificate, by the way, to get your passport. If you can figure out that Trump will always say, okay, my driver's license shows that I was a veteran. Guess my passport trumps that. Yeah, your driver's license means squat here. So does your veteran status, unfortunately. Oh, because of people's husbands. You're talking about women voting. Well, my wife votes the way her husband does. But funny story here. On our first date, my wife asked me if I was a Democrat or a Republican. And I said, oh, I'm a Democrat. And she said, well, I'm a Republican. And then she sat there and she explained to me why she was a Republican. And then our second date, she asked me why I was a Democrat. And I explained to her why I was a Democrat. And by the end of our second date, she was a Democrat. So I converted my wife. Isn't that a cool story, Patsy? So there is an unknown number of illegal aliens in this country. It is unknown how many of them have voted. No, you don't just get to make up something. It is known that there are 68 proven instances of it. The tooth fairy is not like you don't get to go, well, I don't know how many elephants have been wandering around in my refrigerator because they don't leave footprints. Like, no, illegal immigrants aren't voting. And here's the thing. Can I explain this? I feel like this, I've had to explain this before, and it doesn't seem to ever penetrate. But why don't undocumented people vote? Why can I feel confident that this does not happen? There's actual valid logical reasons for that. Okay. First of all, in order to vote illegally, you have to still have an address, and you still have to have some kind of ID and prove where you live. And you have to go through all that stuff. You can't just show up and say, I'm a citizen. And then they say, okay, here's a ballot. Just go and fill that out and drop it off. You still have to check in like everybody else does, right? Don't you have to check in when you vote? Like they have voter registration polls, right? And so then they have to go and they go, okay, Kelly Scaletta, there you are. And they check your name off, and then they give you a ballot. And that when they check your name off, that means I'm the only Kelly Scaletta that can vote. So in order to vote illegally, you would have to have like some kind of fake ID with somebody else's name on it. And you'd have to go and you'd have to show them that ID. And then with that ID, you would have to get their ballot and hope that they haven't been there yet. And then you'd have to go fill that out and send it off. But you'd be on camera. So if, the real Wes Anderson or whatever came along later and wanted to vote, they'd say, sorry, you already voted. And then they would give him a contingency ballot. And then they would tell you, they'd go, okay, who was that other guy? And then they come and arrest you and they send you to jail. So that's like most people that do try and vote most non-citizens who do try to vote, they get busted and they go to jail. Voting illegally is not like an easy crime to get away with. And your chances of making a difference in an election, the incentive to vote illegally is huge, is minuscule. You're not like, oh, I'm going to go vote illegally because if I vote illegally, Donald Trump will lose or Donald Trump will win. You ever think that maybe some people that vote illegally vote for Donald Trump? But you have, because people did vote illegally for Donald Trump for their dead wives or whatever. But it's always you guys always act like all the illegal votes are just for the Democrats. But if you study it, actually it's neither Democrat or Republican. It's pretty even. And it's rare across the board. There's only a few thousand instances of illegal voting of any kind because you get caught and because the penalties are so severe and because the reward is so small. Like you're very rarely going to get rewarded for it. And if you're an undocumented immigrant that risked everything to come over here and you've got your wife and you've got your kids and you've got your life here, and if you get caught, you're getting deported. You're not going to go and risk all of that so that, there can be one more vote against Ted Cruz or something. That's just not going to happen. They're not that stupid. You're stupid for thinking that they are. But they don't do it because the risk is too great and the reward is too small. The idea that undocumented people are flooding the polls is just a ridiculous one, spurred on by the ridiculous people like Elon Musk. The dead ones, there was a couple of people, I think in Florida, that voted for their dead spouses. But Trump said they are cheating, so you're wrong. Well, that's a valid point. It's hard to be right when Donald Trump disagrees with you. 68. You're one short. Stop being logical. I know. How are libtards going to get those precious illegal votes they need last time but still didn't win with a new voter ID law? It's not a voter ID law. Just believe. We will see. See what? See, if the Democrats win, then people like you just sit there and scream about how it was fake and fraud and illegals voted. And if people if Trump wins, then it proves that the illegals weren't allowed to vote. But have you thought about this, little stinky stinks? Think about this, my odiferous little friend. Who was president in 2020? And who was president in 2024? If Democrats were rigging the elections, why did Joe Biden win while Donald Trump was president? And why did Donald Trump win when Joe Biden was president? Have you ever thought of that with your stinky little brain, Stinky? Exception reporting is an old technical term meaning, in effect, making a storm in the teacup. Reminds me of Captain Queen and the Strawberry Incident and the Cape Mutiny. And we need more Musk brains. I don't know what all that means. I haven't read, and I don't know what the K mutiny is. We definitely don't need more Musk brains. If Trump said it, you would know it's a lie. So no mail-in ballots is a way to ensure. No mail-in ballots is not a way to ensure voter security. Mail-in ballots don't. There's no ties to fraud with mail-in ballots. Again, total voter fraud, in person, mail-in, whatever. There's been like 2,000 incidents by citizens, non-citizens. Let me see what the. Okay, what was the. Now, in some of these, there's cases where. All right. So, just going to share this with you. All right. This is the heritage database that I'm talking about. And these are 1,620 instances of any kind of voter fraud. This includes people that voted, people that registered in every single kind of election from 1982 to present. And this is people that illegally registered. This is not people that were stripped off the voter polls. Like sometimes Pam Bondi or the nut jobs will say, well, we found 20,000 people that shouldn't have been on the voter polls, and they were dead. And it's not that the dead people voted. It's just the dead people forgot to update their voter status after they died, but 1,620 instances of voter fraud. Some of those, there's more than one person involved because like there would be things where people would try to stuff the ballot boxes in local elections and stuff like that. But that includes mail-in ballots, that includes in-person ballots. And it's not like defending any kind of voter fraud or anything like that. It's just saying that voter fraud is not a big thing that you have to be worrying about. It's funny how it comes to guns and everybody's like, oh, you can do it. If somebody wants to do it bad enough, they can do it anyway. It's illegal. Voter fraud is illegal. If somebody wants to do it bad enough, they can do it anyway. But why prevent millions of people from being able to vote? Because there's this tiny sliver of people that do it illegally and would anyway. Can't rig an election when Israel wins every time. Absentee voting is and always has been safe and secure. It is and has been. And as a military veteran, I voted absentee. Queen, not queen. I don't know. Queen is one of my favorite bands. AI sucks. Queeg. Oh, I don't know what Queeg is. Skippy hates AI too. Not needed. You know why Republicans hate AI? Because they're genuinely stupid. Yeah, see, AI, artificial intelligence, genuine stupidity. Anyway, why can't we require more strict voting measures to ensure that the Republicans can't claim voter fraud? Oh, you just got that one, huh, Patsy? Why can't we? She's wagging her finger at me. Why can't we require more strict voting measures to ensure that the Republicans can't claim voter fraud if that's all they do? You'd think that Fox would have learned that by now. Or Rudy Giuliani. Jesus loves you. Oh, hi. How you doing? Okay. Only fraudsters are against voter ID, period. Nobody's talking about voter ID. Yeah, so all the but see, you're making up people that didn't get caught is not a sound argument. Like, what about all the people that voted for Trump that voted illegally? What if I just said that? What if I just said 5 million people voted for Trump illegally? And I just made it up. Does that mean 5 million people voted for Trump illegally? Why do all the illegal voters vote against Trump? Have you ever thought about that? You guys are so fierce and loyal and faithful. Why wouldn't anybody want to rig the election for Trump? A lot of the people that are getting busted voting illegally are voting for Trump. The only potential problem with mail-in voting is the minuscule chance it gets lost in the mail. There are some ballots, like I think in Minnesota they do this, where they have a number attached to it, and you can track your actual ballot through the mail. So it'll be like, it can tell you exactly where it is. So then if it gets lost, you can report it lost and get a new ballot. No, it doesn't make sense, and I know it. That's why I'm doing this deck on it. It's easier to just say if you don't support IDs, you're a fraudster, than it is to actually support it. Prove it. Especially when the actual law that they're passing is the real fraud. Like the fraud, the election rigging that's going on is the SAVE Act. So let's keep going on there. So it conflicts with existing law and precedents. So the SAVE Act is illegal for other reasons. It violates the NVRA, which is the motor voter law, which basically the motor voter law is every state has to have something that you can register by mail. And then the SAVE Act says you can't register by mail. Or states can't let you register by mail. So you can't have these two laws that contradict. You have to repeal the one law in order to enforce the other law. And they haven't done that. So this law is negated by the NVRA. And the Supreme Court has already ruled similar statutes, such as the one in Arizona, illegal based on this. No constitution. So in Arizona is interesting if you're not aware. Arizona is like one of the few, like they have separate set of laws for state laws and federal or state voting and federal voting. Did you know about this one, Kitty? So they tried to pass a law that said, you have to show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. There's a box everybody else has. Almost every single state has a box you can check where you affirm, you swear or affirm you're a citizen of the United States. Now, the ID, you have to prove you are who you say that you are. But if you don't have like a birth certificate or something, you can just check this box saying that under penalty of felony, or that you're swearing you're a citizen of the United States, and it's a felony if you're lying about it. And you can do like 5 years in prison or something. And so for people that don't have birth certificates, that's why that box exists. And the Supreme Court has ruled that no, you cannot add this extra requirement for having a birth certificate because the Constitution doesn't require you have a birth certificate. The Constitution requires you have to be a citizen. So there has to be some way beyond having documentation for states to allow you to vote in federal elections, even if you don't have proof of birth or citizenship. And so most states, that's the way they have it. Arizona, though, for their state elections, they can do whatever they want. They can set their state laws however they want. So for their state laws, you have to prove you're a citizen. For federal laws, you can, there's still this option of, the people that are citizens but don't have proof of citizenship. And so there'll be this, it's always an interesting thing to look at, is look at the people that aren't citizens, or that are citizens but don't have proof of citizenship, to look at their votes. I think that they actually went to Trump, but I'm not positive. So the NVRA, the whole goal of the motor voter law was to make it easier to register. They're trying to make it harder to register. So there's no constitutional basis for a federal citizenship mandate. States can set qualifications beyond the basics. Issues and impacts preempt state process, costly litigation. Example, Arizona's bifurcated system blocks 250,000 from state votes. So there's 250,000 people that don't have the proof of citizenship in Arizona, but they are legally citizens. There are 250,000 people who can vote legally in federal elections, but can't vote legally in Arizona elections, even though they're American citizens. So should those 250,000 people be able to vote, even though, or just because they didn't get a birth certificate when they were born? Like, they should have thought about that. They should have insisted on a birth certificate out of their mother's womb. How does that work? So then the first constitutional problem, let's to recap. The first constitutional problem is that there's equal protection under the law and due process problems. The second constitutional problem is that sliding scale I was talking about, where the burden on the voter is so much greater than the burden on the state. The third constitutional problem is that it contradicts other federal laws. Now, the next constitutional problem is federal overreach and unfunded mandates. States control elections, Congress regulates federal, but can't impose unfunded burdens. So there's some debate. I wouldn't even say confusion. I think debate. That if you look at the language of the Constitution, it says something like that the states are in charge of their own elections, but the Congress can set the standard and means, or something like that. Here, I'll look up the language to make sure I get it right. It's something about there's. Okay, it says, so the main provision is the election clause in Article 1. Here, I'll share my screen here. So congressional elections, the main provision in the elections clause in Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1. The times, manner, and place of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations, except as the places of choosing senators. Places of choosing senators, that language was the representatives initially chose the senators. The voters didn't vote for the senators directly, and so this is referring to that. States, via their legislature, have primary authority to set the times, places, and manner of holding elections for members of Congress. This includes rules on voter registration, polling locations, voting procedures, fraud prevention, vote counting, and more. essentially a complete code for those elections. Congress has overriding authority to make or alter those state regulations at any time. This allows Congress to create uniform federal standards, preempt conflicting state laws, or step in if the states fail to act properly. The exception: Congress cannot dictate so there's some questions about like the time, places, and manner of the elections versus registration. There are legitimate constitutional questions which right now are not answered. Can Congress tell people, is Congress telling the states how to register people? Is that part of the time, manner, and places of the election? Or is that beyond the scope of Congress to be able to tell the states how they can administer who registers? And generally speaking, even states being able to tell, or the federal government being able to tell states how to run elections has been a very like only in serious situations, like with the Voting Rights Act, where they were, it's to institute fairness. Okay, I gotta go back to my. Okay, Article 1, Section 4 states control elections. Congress regulates federal but can't impose unfunded burdens. So that's the second part of this. Remember when I was telling you, if you were here then, I was mentioning that that you have to go to the DMV or wherever, you have to go and physically present yourself to register. Or if you move, you have to go and physically present yourself to update your registration. Like, you can't do it online anymore. I just want you to think about how incredibly inconvenient that is to you if you have to do something. You can't do that online. You can't do that by mail. You have to do that in person. And that means a lot of people that were doing it online are now going to be doing it in person. Since they're doing it in person now, that means that puts a burden on the people that work there. The people that do the things now have more work to do, a lot more work to do. And since they have all that more work to do, they are going to need more people, or they're going to need to be paid overtime. It is going to cost the state more money. But there is nothing in the legislation to fund all this extra work and money. And so this, if you were alive or were in the 2010s, you couldn't get a Republican to stop screaming about unfunded mandates. They would talk about unfunded mandates when it came to the Affordable Care Act. But that's what this is. That's what this becomes. It becomes an unfunded mandate. And unfunded mandates have been ruled unconstitutional. No funding for implementation, immediate effect, and a risk chaos. And then, so they're also like saying you need to come up with all these plans to do all of these things, and you have so many days to do it in, and who's going to pay for them to come up with these plans or implement these plans? Congress isn't. So you're telling states how to allocate their money and their resources, which is unfunded mandate. So this goes against the spirit of federalism. It goes against the 10th Amendment. Preempts state authority without resources. It overrides online mail systems. It violates anti-commandeering, the 10th Amendment. Strain state budget offices. So this is like back in the day, and by back in the day, I mean 2015, the whole idea of like the Republicans, they had two amendments, the Second Amendment and the 10th Amendment. And the 10th Amendment was like they would beat that 10th Amendment to death. Everything was a violation of the 10th Amendment. If the Democrats had done something like this, they would have freaked out. In fact, when the Democrats even tried to impose minimum standards on states in order for voting laws, and do things like now Republicans are all like up in arms that California was gerrymandering after they tried to gerrymander. The Democrats had in their Voting Rights Act, their Voting Rights Bill, in under Biden that they tried to pass, that actually had a law that would have done away with gerrymandering for all states. But no, that was a violation of the 10th Amendment. You can't do that. So that's why Lisa Murkowski is actually voting against the SAVE Act. She's saying, you know, we didn't want them to do it. We can't do it. So that's the next constant. So there are some major issues here. Then the next one is due process and poll tax. Okay, so the 5th and 14th Amendments, there's this, the bill calls for this vague alternative process which allows arbitrary denials, penalties, chill officials. So if you get denied, you know, like let's say you're a real citizen and you've got this federal worker that is going to go to jail if he accidentally lets somebody vote illegal, you know, register illegally. And so he gets overly cautious and like the name doesn't look quite right, the signature. So he says no, right? Well, then that becomes a violation of the person who's trying to register the votes right. There's poll taxes, right? If you have to spend $130 on a passport, or if you have to spend $50 on a birth certificate, that's a poll tax. If you have to take a day off of work or half a day off of work to go to the DMV and update your registration information, that's a poll tax. You're putting, somebody had asked earlier, who's getting an extra burden? All the people that fall into those categories. Anybody that moved has an undue burden. Anybody who got married any woman who got married has an undue burden. These private lawsuits invite abuse and harassment. So you're going to just have these poor poll workers are going to get sued to hell. There's no limit to either. Like anybody can sue them. So one person makes one mistake, 25 people can sue them. Every citizen in the country could sue them. It'd be like the opposite of a class action lawsuit. Issues, impacts, erodes fairness, similar laws struck for vagueness. So the Kansas law was struck down because it had this kind of these same issues. So it's not just theoretical that the SAVE Act might get tossed out. The Kansas law was the closest, and it got tossed pretty quickly. So now let's talk about the real issue. Why this framing? Why are they suddenly so concerned about non-citizens voting? Why are they so convinced that this is going to happen, that we need to do this? Why the urgency on non-citizens voting? Why is this non-problem? This thing, 68 people in 44 years. Why does that require a massive solution that affects 20 million people every year? And the reason is the replacement theory. This invasion of migrants and Trump's rhetoric and Stephen Miller's rhetoric and Elon Musk's rhetoric and all this great replacement theory rhetoric. So real quick, in case you don't know, what is the great replacement theory? It is a theory that elites, when, by the way, elites is conspiracy for Jews, importing non-white immigrants to replace white populations to dilute culture and political power. It's this whole thing that the Democrats are trying to get all these illegals coming in so that they can vote and then we can win elections and then, you know, we can have control of the government or whatever. It doesn't need to be a cohesive thing. It just needs to be rambling, which tends to be what it is. So this goes back into the early 20th century eugenics. This is the same thing like that ended up being Nazi Germany. I'm not saying that this makes this Nazi Germany. I'm saying that they descended from the same philosophy. In 2011, there was a book from a guy named Reinhold Khamis, and he spread this whole thing and the great supremacists, or the great replacement theory. And this went online into these white supremacist forums and stuff. And it's, found, like, it was in Christchurch, it was in Buffalo. The shooters cited it. Tucker Carlson was blaring this for like a decade until he finally got fired for other stuff. I guess people didn't like hearing that they were cousin fornicators or something. Anyway, Tucker Carlson mentioned it over 400 times on his show, and not critically. He touted it. He preached it. Trump always talking about how the immigrants are invading us. I don't think Trump knows what the word invasion means. I think the people that talk about it don't know what invasion means. 1/3 of Americans agree with it, and 2/3 of Republicans agree with that this is happening. That this just brazenly racist nonsense is true. And then they get mad and they say, why you call me a racist? And it's like, because you're literally just eschewing, you're just literally bloviating racist nonsense. Figures echo elites replacing voters. Yes. Elites, again, is MAGA for Jewish. Every time you see words like elites or globalism or George Soros, it's just all anti-Semitic, Jews control the world type stuff. SAVE Act, so the SAVE Act is their way of legislating this nonsense and making you believe that there's something there. There's still only 68 non-citizens have voted in 44 years. We don't need the SAVE Act. But we need the SAVE Act to sell this racist rhetoric. Ties open border to turn non-citizens into voters. That's Mike Johnson says that's what the Democrats want to do. They want to turn open borders. They want open borders so that we can turn non-citizens into voters. That's just racist. Washington Post called the SAVE Act a replacement, the great replacement theory in legislation form. So this is not just my argument. The Washington Post, which, I guess I don't know where that is at now, but this is, I love this utterance, great replacement theory in legislation form. And the idea is to suppress diverse voters while stoking fears. Make you so scared of immigrants voting that you don't even notice that they just took away your right to vote. The consequences, suppression and division, disenfranchises millions of people, especially rich, or especially poor people, especially people of color, especially women, and especially with the women. It's like, first they want to take away your right to vote. They want to take away your right to determine what you want to do with your own body. They're trying to take away your right to get education for things like being for certain vocations that are women heavy. They are trying to bring women back to where what they do is they stay at home and they get raped by their husbands, and then they're forced to have babies. Fuel harassment threats, and then they're not allowed to vote. They want to go. I think that when Donald Trump says he wants to make America great again, more and more, I think he wants to go back to the Industrial Revolution. I think that's what he thinks when America was great. Erodes trust via mass manufactured crisis. Like this whole thing, like even the people, the MAGAs in the comments that are just vehement that this is happening with no evidence at all. None. But their fear speaks for them. Their fear is the loudest voice in their head. And so they're willing to just disenfranchise themselves. The proponents want to call this common sense integrity. I don't think there's anything about this that's common sense or integrity. I think it's just flat out lies and racism. And I think it is just a willful attempt to disenfranchise people that are color or poor or younger, and not so much just because they're people of color or whatever. It's just a desperate cling to power. If your voters don't choose you, choose your voters. That is all this is. It's disproportionate. Alternatives exist. And most bipartisan experts say that this is not necessary. So that's today's slide. Slide deck. I open the table, open the discussion here. So let's go back through. We'll look at the starred comments first. Okay, so yeah. I think JCB is no longer part of the chat. They are not doing it to make voting safer. They are doing it to make it ridiculously difficult. Old people can't wait to go in lines to get a passport. This is true too. A lot of the people, that's actually a really astute point. A lot of the people that it disenfranchises, like some people can go to DMV and spend a day there, but some people can't. Some people just physically don't have the wherewithal to go and spend a whole day at DMV waiting to, show somebody their birth certificate or something. Oh, and this is something I thought I had it in there. I did not. With the voter purges, this is really important. With the voter purges, they can purge anybody they want, and they cannot notify you. You could get your name purged and have no idea that you have been purged from the voting poll. So, like, take me for example. I moved to Texas about 15 years ago now. When I moved here, I had my birth certificate. I went and I registered to vote. I showed my birth certificate and my driver's license when I got my new, my Texas driver's license. And so I took care of all that stuff, and I've just had my Texas driver's license since then. And then my wife was organizing the house, and she forgot where she put my birth certificate. So now I have no idea where my birth certificate is. We've looked everywhere for it. I've got to order one. I keep meaning to do that. But if I were to get purged for some reason, then I would have to get a new birth certificate and go back down to DMV and re-register. It's not like just because you're registered already, you never have to show them. They could purge you on a moment's notice. And they do. They accidentally purge people for the wrong reasons. They purge people that they shouldn't purge. Like, one thing they do is they'll use name matching and stuff. And so they'll purge somebody. They won't purge Chad Livingston. They won't purge all the Chad Livingstons, but they'll purge all the Jose Garcias. You know what I'm saying? So people that get purged wrongly tend to be people of color. The Lamar Jacksons and the Jose Remus and those guys get purged illegally. And then they have to find their birth certificate or their naturalization certificate and go back. They create hurdles for minorities that they don't create for everyone. And you cannot have done anything wrong. So then you go, and let's say you're in my situation, and you go and you just go to vote. And they're like, "Oh, you're not registered." I'm like, "How am I not registered? I've been voting every year since 2012. And they're like, "Nope, sorry, you're not registered. You got purged." And so then I'm like, "Okay." So then I need to go find my birth certificate, which I don't have one here. I have to order it from Louisiana. And that can take like 6 weeks. So I lose my right to vote just because I can't find my birth certificate. And, I thought I was fine. So that's why I need to get my birth certificate ordered just to make sure. And that's why make sure you like whatever state you're in, you probably have a way to go and make sure you haven't been purged. But check your own voting rolls and make sure that nobody accidentally purged you from the voting rolls. But if they did, you're going to have to carve out a day of your life to go to DMV and re-register, provided the SAVE Act gets passed, which hopefully it won't, and doesn't get struck down by the courts, which if it does get passed, hopefully it will get struck down. But this is a really, really just evil law. It is the worst, most anti-democratic law in my lifetime. I was born like a couple of years after the Voting Rights Act was passed. So Lise says she'll have to provide her birth certificate, her first marriage license from 53 years ago, divorce papers from 48 years ago, second marriage license from 45 years ago. That's nuts. That is nuts. So I don't know what you're talking about. There was no scamdemic overreach, whatever that means. We're talking about the SAVE Act, and it's not a voter ID law. So, Alex Jones. Oh, I don't know. It's probably talking about frogs getting gay or something. I admit that I despise everyone who voted for Trump. They are uneducated, petty, and naturally bankrupt. They voted to destroy democracy and the Constitution. So you sound like you're not a fan of Trump. I am not either. I think most people would be really shocked to find out I'm not a fan of Trump. Democrats said Trump cheated when he beat Hillary. Now, Democrats did not say Trump cheated when he beat Hillary. Democrats said that Russia operated on his behalf. Republicans said Biden cheated when he beat Trump. So what's wrong with making sure? See, this is part of the whole trick that they do. Okay, first of all, there were some questions about the election in 2016. Russia did help. Russia did interfere with that election. That's not something the Democrats said. That is something the Republican-led Senate report said. So that's not, the Democrats didn't say that. The facts said that. But that's not saying that Donald Trump himself cheated. That's number one. And it's also, and I think this is extremely important, that's no one was making claims that Donald Trump, the vote itself, was corrupted. Nobody was arguing that the vote was off, just that Russia interfered and got people to vote differently. And that some, at the worst, said that Trump either welcomed or participated in that interference. But the actual vote count, the actual who voted for who and voter fraud and all of that, nobody accused Trump of voter fraud. Then in 2020, Trump started yelling and screaming about voter fraud, and all the Republicans started yelling and screaming about voter fraud. And all of these allegations of voter fraud went to court, and they were all knocked down. The court ruled against every single one of them. I think there was one that kind of like survived temporarily and then got overturned. But there was no voter fraud. There were no illegal votes. This is all something that Republicans pushed and pushed and pushed. Now they are saying, so, and a bunch of people disbelieved it. A bunch of people still believe it. I'm not looking at the comments right now, but I guarantee you there will be comments that appear down beneath me in a matter of moments that talk about how I'm an idiot because I don't know that there was voter fraud. There was no voter fraud. They're going to be talking about the courts didn't decide on the merits, which a lot of them did, which is still, there is not a single case of, there's no proof of voter fraud. There's not. It was just bloviating from Trump. That's all there was. Now they're saying because Trump lied to people and then people believe those lies, we actually need to disenfranchise other people to satiate the people that believe the lies that Donald Trump told because Donald Trump lost. All right, these are not two sides of the same coin. Russia did interfere, and there was no voter fraud in 2020. It's not about Biden saying one thing, and it's not two opposite sides of the same coin. That's just not a true statement. That's not a true argument. Hey, MAGA, your Lord and Master poops himself crazy. I call him a poop paradox because the poop never stops coming out of his mouth and the poop never stops coming out of his butt. And yet he still is never any less full of poop. He is a poop paradox. He's like a poop fountain coming out both ways and yet never runs out of poop. Fake racist BS. The replacement theory is literally a racist theory. It is a theory that brown people are replacing white people. That you have Jewish people trying to replace white people with brown people. That is racism. You can be offended that it's called racism because you never thought of it that way. But when you're saying that the Jews are trying to replace the whites with the browns, that's racism. Okay, no, John. I don't think it's about whether everybody's happy and know what the elections are completely on. The elections are completely honest. They are. They just are. If you're not happy about it, people aren't happy about it, it's because they believe things that aren't true. That does not mean you have to alter things to satiate them. The elections are honest. There are, I think, 9,000 different precincts in the country. 9,000. Is it precincts or whatever? There's like a whole bunch of them. And in every single precinct, every place where they count votes, you have different people. All right. Every single place where they're actually sitting down at a desk and counting the votes, you have a Democrat and a Republican. You have 2 observers from each of the 2 parties. Every single one. So there's like 20,000 people that are observers, half on each side. Okay. Then each of those places, they submit the ballots and stuff. Everything is air gapped, so you can't access the voting machines or anything. You've got different election laws for every state, different procedures for every state. So you'd have to have, for every single precinct, you'd have to be able to come in and figure out how to get past all the people and change the votes. And you'd have people that actually were there counting the votes and know that, hey, that's not what I said. So you'd have to somehow get around all that. And you'd have to do this over and over again for enough states to rig the election. I don't think that the elections are safe and secure because I'm gullible. I think that the elections are safe and secure because I'm reasonable. If you look at the statistical probability of being able to get away with stealing the election, then it's impossible. It's just statistically as impossible as a thing can be. So when people have said things like, I see people talking about how Elon Musk rigged the election with Starlink and stuff like that. No, he couldn't. The machines are air gapped. There's no place where they can be tricked. And then it's like with the 2020 election, talk about, oh, well, there was this voter jump in Michigan or whatever. And there were recounts. You know, and those things are explained. It is not about just, you know, being gullible and accepting the results. The problem is people being gullible and accepting the lies. Follow through on whatever you think didn't happen. No, if MAGAs weren't gullible, we wouldn't be here. Well, MAGAs weren't gullible, Trump wouldn't have won. MAGA's gullibility is the reason that we're here. In my state, Pennsylvania, I vote by mail. I get a registration by mail each year to ask if I still want to vote by mail. I have to sign and mail it back in. I get a notification it was received. That's cool. And like, so this is actually a good example of some of the litigation that was done. Pennsylvania was one of the states that was being challenged. And the judge in Pennsylvania had this really, really brilliant response to the whole thing. And I learned a lot reading it. But the issue in Pennsylvania, and it was one of the ones where there was like their best chance of winning because they actually had like standing. The voters were the ones suing, not Donald Trump. And so what happened in Pennsylvania is Pennsylvania had there was a state law that each county got to decide about curing ballots. And some states were allowed to cure, or some places they allowed you to cure ballots, and other places you weren't allowed to cure ballots. And so people in one county where they weren't allowed to secure cure ballots sued because they weren't allowed to cure ballots. And they're like, it's not fair to us that we can't cure ballots and those states can, or those counties can, sorry. And the judge explained that's the county's decision. The state governor did not say you don't get to, and this place does. You can't tell this county that their votes don't count because their votes allowed ballot curing. So anyway, that's why he decided for Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania didn't do anything wrong. If anybody did anything wrong, it was their county precinct. But the Republicans, for some stupid reason, decided they didn't want to allow ballot curing, probably because they were worried that it would be more Democrats, and so they were trying to prevent Democrats from voting by not curing ballots. Curing ballots is like if you, sorry, So what made me think of it is when you sign your name on your envelope, some of us, like me, I don't always sign my name twice, and I've gotten a little older, and I get my fingers cramp up, so sometimes I can't sign my name nice and neatly like I did when I registered. So what happens is then I sign my name, I can sign my name slightly differently. They can say, well, I don't know if this is the same thing. So then ballots curing, they call you and they say, can you come down and prove this is really your ballot? And so then you go down and then you prove it's your ballot, which is, again, one of those things. This is actually proof of election integrity, right? It's proof that people are like actually paying attention and affirming things. I know there was no cheating in the vote. That's not my point. Read the rest of my statement, Kelly. No, I think your point is that people don't have faith in the elections because you've got people from both sides lying about things. And I'm saying no, that one side wasn't lying. One side, when 2016, there was actual truth. The only one lying was Donald Trump whenever he was yelling Russia, Russia, Russia. In 2020, all there was lies about fraud. And then the lack of faith in the elections is because people believed in the lies. Why do we have to take away 21 million people's right to vote or make it harder for them to jump through hoops because Donald Trump told lies and people believe the lies? Look in mirror. I'm looking at myself right now. I'm on a camera and I'm looking at my own face. It's not the best face. I'm saying to make it where nobody can question it. I'm saying there's no way. Right now, it's a way that nobody can question it. That's my whole point here. It went to like all these courts, and there is no question that Joe Biden won. That still didn't stop Donald Trump from questioning it and from people from believing it. And the onus then becomes, because people are still questioning it, other people lose their right to vote. I don't think people should lose their right to vote because Donald Trump lied about stolen, like fraud votes and stuff. No, they didn't. They did not let hackers go in on a show and show them how easy it was to hack. The thing is, if you can hack, I think this is the problem with this sort of logic, is they can go and they can hack a ballot box, like one voting machine, and they say, oh, see, you can hack a voting machine. But the voting machine is air gapped. The voting machine itself can't be accessed. You can't access a voting machine if it's air gapped. So it wouldn't matter if you can hack the software on it if you can't access it. What are you going to do? Go in there and plug your US, how are you going to access the computer? It's not like connected to the internet or anything. No, the Net News does not put out stories about rigged voting machines. I mean, fake news does, but the reality is there's no rigged voting machines. What happens is you'll have things like, like a voting machine won't be calibrated quite right, and so somebody will they'll vote for Biden, and then it'll come up Trump, and then they just go and they just say, hey, this isn't working right, and so then the election worker comes over there and they calibrate the voting machine. But you'll see little things where people will do that, but it ends up usually just being a calibration problem. Pennsylvania changed the election law in 2020. Yeah, that was heard and that was rejected. It was an emergency situation. See, you guys love your emergency situations, unless the emergency situation is getting. 2020, there was a pandemic going on, so they changed the laws so that they could allow more people to vote without dying. That's okay. And for the record, The people that changed the legislation were Republicans. It was a Republican legislature that did that. Voting for strangers to sign 1,000-page laws nobody reads is stupid to begin with. Well, I think that's been going on for a very long time. I don't think you can run a country like this with like C-spot run laws. I think in Pennsylvania, the Republican majority legislature decided to count mail-in votes last. Yeah, they had the other thing that was, this was part of the whole system to create the confusion, is that they said you can't start voting the mail-in ballots until the polls are closed. And so that's why it took so long, because for the first time, like the majority of the votes were cast by mail-in ballots. Usually it was, in-person voting. But and then MAGA and reality treated the COVID differently. So most people that thought that COVID was real wanted to just vote mail-in. It wasn't like some great mystery. Biden won in a landslide. Biden won. If Donald Trump has a mandate, Joe Biden had a mandate. I don't understand why people act like that Donald Trump had a mandate and Joe Biden barely won it all and didn't really win. That was Donald Trump's own person in charge of the elections that said that it was the most secure election ever. And you act like mail-in votes is somehow less secure. See, this is the problem when you argue with people that just not only are ignorant, they're ignorant and they refuse to learn, and they're ignorant and refuse to learn and still act like they have superior knowledge. Yes, it was the most important, most secure election ever, and there's no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are less secure. Biden won fair and square. Amen. Any to the contrary. In states like Florida and Ohio, they counted them first. Trump was ahead in 2016 as a majority of Republicans voted in person, but they counted mail-in ballots last. That's why, yeah. The whole thing was in states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, the whole thing was Republicans set it up so that the mail-in ballots would be counted last, so that they could do things like pretend like Donald Trump was winning. So then once all the other votes started getting counted, they'd be like, where are all these votes coming from? And it's not like anybody ever thought for a moment, like votes are not being counted in the order that they were received. Most of those votes that they were counting came before Election Day. Like most of those Democratic votes were cast before most of the Republican votes were cast. But nobody can have a intelligent conversation with a MAGA. Because if MAGAs were intelligent, they wouldn't be MAGA. I wish I could say more, but in fact, you can't access voting machines even if you wanted to. No, that's the point. The system is too convoluted to easily produce evidence. Yes, I don't have any evidence, and that's my real evidence argument. The fact that I can't find any evidence for my claim is itself evidence of my claim. Yes, exactly. All of this election fraud bull poop is a distraction from the files. Yeah, well, they didn't get any answers out of Pam Bondi last night, but that didn't stop them from passing the SAVE Act through Congress or through the House. No, it's not. Yes, you can. You legislate from the bottom up, kiddo. Yeah. All right, pops. every other large and complex system is structured this way. No, it's not. If you're taking my money, what about my money? I don't have my money going to protect pedophiles, but here we are. I'm California, and I'm California. Votes are counted actively until the very possible second, and still given a month to fully verify integrity and accuracy. As long as they're cast before election day, that should be all that matters. I don't know it all, but I do know what I know. And I do know, like, I don't just pull things out of my butt. I actually research. In the 2024 election, Trump told people to vote by mail. I think in the 2020 election, Trump voted by mail. Okay. Kelly, I have heard many Democrat voters say Trump cheated this last. Yes, I know. And I've actually, I even wrote a Substack article on that saying that Trump did not cheat this last election. And I was saying in that article that the very reason that we shouldn't be saying that is because of what you're arguing right now. But the whole, the one, Kamala Harris never said it. You don't have Congress saying it. You don't have the Democrats in Congress saying it. I'm not equating like some dude on Twitter with the former president of the United States or the former vice president of the United States or the Speaker of the House. Like you can't make those things the same. Yeah, you got people that believe in the moon or that believe the moon landing was fake, and you have people believing that, you know, the earth is flat. But that's not the same thing. Yeah, you have some nut jobs that believe in some conspiracy theories on both sides, but the whole, you know, even some of them, it's like a reaction to the same thing, and I that's why it really annoys me. Like I've gone and looked, researched how hard would it actually be, and it'd be almost impossible to actually steal the election. How do you prove something that is not happening? Exactly. And how do you disprove something that is not happening? If all you have to, like, if you say something's not happening and then they say, how do you know it's not happening? And because it's not happening. Well, how do you know it's not happening and you just don't know about it? And then that's their proof that it's happening, is that you don't know that it's not happening. Okay, so just to be clear, you think that because of the pandemic, the Constitution wasn't suspended. The Constitution was not suspended. States determine their own laws. This is what the deal is, dude. The states determine their own laws, and according to the Pennsylvania state constitution, those emergency measures were constitutional by their state constitution, and it was upheld and heard by the state Supreme Court. That is according to our Constitution. The federal Constitution says that the states determine the state laws. Do you follow me? The states determine that. We don't. The federal government did not have anything to do with it, and never would, and never should. And by the way, it was a Republican, the Republicans were in charge of the state, and the Republicans were in charge of the federal government. Man. There were no changes in federal election laws between 2016 and 2024. Trying to demean me with the kiddo doesn't change the fact that you're just saying, I can't prove this thing is happening, but you'll never be able to change my mind. Yeah, I'm ignoring you, Joseph. I don't think Trump cheated. You know, they're just making broad sweeping stupid claims. You only get so many of those. I don't think Trump cheated in the last election either. I don't think Trump cheated in the last election. I don't think that anybody cheated in the last election. I think that Trump just won. I think the reasons he won have a lot to do with the daily barrage of blaming him for inflation. Yes, I do know what I'm talking about. Trump denial syndrome is a crazy illness. Yes, I wanted Kamala. Trump. Yep. Is that a short bus you got there? I always said if there isn't anything to hide, why are you hiding it? Well, if there's nothing there, how do you hide it? What's being hidden? Free Israel. Pam Bondi yesterday almost cried defending her king. That was just so weird. Like, I just, and she's like, oh, why didn't you ask Merrick Garland that question? And it's just like, well, weren't you asking that while Merrick Garland was was sitting that in that same seat? Like, if you were yelling about Merrick Garland while he was in that seat, you were yelling about him not doing anything about the Epstein files, and yet here you are. There was a whole law passed. I mean, you think about this. Have you thought about this, Pam? In the whole history of the United States, there has only, maybe I'm wrong, maybe there's something else, but there is only one time in American history where all of Congress, minus one person, passed a law that was signed by the President of the United States. And that law could only be obeyed by one person. The only person that could obey that law or not obey that law was Pam Bondi. Merrick Garland could not obey that law because he was not in that seat after that law passed. You are literally the only human being that nearly unanimous law was passed. You're the only person that could obey that or disobey that law. And you disobeyed it. And somehow you still managed to try and make that about Merrick Garland. Have you thought about that, Pam? Have you thought about that law was literally just for you? You wanted a king, you got a king. Trump is king. Okay. Trump made Mike Pence head of a committee to investigate voter fraud for the 2016 election. There's, and there's other stuff like, why if they were voting why wouldn't they rig it better? Weren't there a few Senate seats they could have picked off? Never forget January 6th. Still arguing. Voter ID will solve the problem. We're not talking about voter ID. Joseph, it's a crap stain. It's Mr. Know-It-All. No, there's a lot of things I don't know. I just happen to know more than you. Joe Biden definitely didn't win. He cheated. Okay. So is Trump dilute? Here's the thing. If Joe Biden stole it, how did he do that when Donald Trump was president? And when he is like apparently doesn't have 2 brain cells left to bounce off his empty skull, how did he like manage to steal the election in spite of not having any brains, while Donald Trump has all the brains and all the power? And yet he still got out manipulated by Joe Biden? How pathetic is that on Donald Trump's part? The only evidence they found of the 2024 election being stolen was larger than normal disparity between counted votes and exit polls in a couple of counties in New York, not enough to litigate. One of the, this is one of those things, because I did look into this, you know, and there was this one, like one of the things that really went around was there was one place where the Democrat won like 70% or 60%, won overwhelmingly for the Senate seat or something like that. And Joe Biden or Kamala Harris didn't get a single vote for president, and yet the Democrats won everything else. And it's like a Hasidic community or something like that. And the rabbi would endorse the president, and then everybody would vote for whoever the rabbi endorsed. And this happened every year. And so in 2020, like people talk about, well, in 2024, this, you know, the Democrats won everything else and Kamala Harris didn't get a single vote. In 2020, Joe Biden didn't get a single vote. And in 2016, Hillary Clinton didn't get a single vote. Guy was a Trumper. The rabbi was a Trumper, and so they all voted for Trump. They just went along with whatever he said. You are insane if you. No, I'm not insane. You're the guy that voted for tariffs to lower prices. I have very good reasons that I wanted Kamala Harris. You do not know what a Marxist is. 2,000 Mules was. Did somebody quote 2,000 Mules? Didn't they have like an upside down map of Moscow in that? I want to say. I want to say it was. Oh, so it was a stock photo, a map of Moscow. It wasn't an upside. It was anyway, there was a whole lot of like that was like a horribly debunked movie. I mean, just so debunked. Actually, one of the I had a guy on Twitter that was starting to, you know, that was arguing with me. And he was talking about 2,000 Mules. He's like, this is undisputable. And so I started going through and telling him how it went apart. And he actually voted for Harris. Once I started to, you know, explain to him how that was. And then anyway, it's one of my rare conversions. The state ledger determines how electors are chosen per Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution. No, that's not what happened. You really don't seem to have understood anything at all that happened. I honestly, I don't want to go into a big thing. Just actually read what the court decided. The court was not deciding the election. The court was deciding whether or not the state legislature had the authority to do what they did. And that is who makes those decisions. I've seen ballot. Depends on where you're at. In some places, ballot harvesting is legal. In some places, ballot harvesting is legal to a certain degree. I think like in in Georgia, and then I think some of the laws have changed. And ballot harvesting is kind of I don't like the expression. It's a loaded term. It means being able to drop off ballots for other people. So I think in Georgia you're allowed up to 20 or something like that, and if they were related to you. So like if you were going to you could go drop. You're going to the drop box. Your wife has already filled out her ballot. You could take yours and your wife's ballots, and you can drop off both at the same time. And so that's just dropping off votes for your family. And so what he did is he'd show people legally dropping off these votes, and sometimes multiple votes, and they would be black people, always black people, legally voting, and he'd make it seem like they were doing something nefarious. Dow don't even have the balls to turn around and at least say we agree going to help you out, at least say sorry to the victims. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, Pam. That to me was the lowest point. And while she's lying and saying, just call and we'll get back to you, and every single one of them had called, and she couldn't even just turn around and say could even just lie and say I didn't know that this wasn't happening. I'll get back to you, call me personally. And neither party tried to release it before. Why didn't Barr release it in Trump's first term? There's an actual answer to that question. And it's a little more complicated, but broadly speaking, Maxwell's case was still either under review or being prosecuted, and it was either being appealed or prosecuted up until last fall. So a lot of the files couldn't be released then. Even still then, a lot of them were not able to be released. It actually took a literal act of Congress to get them to be able to legally release them. People go door to door asking if you've dropped off your absentee ballot. Yeah, they give all sorts of support if you plan to vote Democrat. Yeah, that's made up. And you know what? There's in places where it's valid, then there's nothing to prevent Republicans from going and, if in places where you can harvest ballots or collect ballots, there's nothing saying that it's not like only Democrats are allowed to do it. But what they're trying to suggest with ballot harvesting is you're going and you're taking unfilled ballots and you're filling them out, and there's no evidence of that. I have no problem if somebody goes to a nursing home and says, "Hey, I just want to bring your ballots, whoever you voted for, and just what's wrong with that? What's wrong with being able to go to a nursing home, picking up everybody's ballots and then dropping them off? Why is that so bad? It's as long as those people are actually voted. And sure, I mean, you talk about, if they voted for Trump, then they take the ballots. If they don't, if they voted for Biden, they would take the ballots, and if they voted for Trump, then they wouldn't. Like what? They're telling people who they voted for. And like just somebody rings your doorbell, you're like, "Hey, how you doing?" They're like, "Hey, I'm just picking up ballots." And then they say, "Oh, okay, let me grab mine." And it's like, "Hang on, who'd you vote for, Trump or Biden?" "I voted for Trump." "Never mind." You think that's what's happening? Like, what a weirdo. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Long Bong, good to see you. because they're Democrat voters. Don't be mad. The Republicans don't care about you, Logan. Tom, you are a clown. I don't know what Tom did. I don't know if he's a clown or not. They collect all these. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know simple math, whatever. I was reported for misinformation because I'm a shill. Democrats closed public viewing in polls. No, they did not close public viewing in polls while bringing in coolers of camera equipment. No, this is not true. These are all debunked. Just do me a favor. Google your little conspiracy theory. Read the first thing, and it'll usually be some sort of fact check thing that. But no, Democrats did not close public viewing. Biden won because the mail-in ballots couldn't be tampered with like the voting machines. Honestly, I don't think voting machines or mail-in ballots. I think that the reason Biden won and that the reason there were so many more votes is because so many states were allowing mail-in voting. Mail-in voting is easier. I think that we should just make mail-in voting easier for everybody. Because people did it for Joe. Joe doesn't have a brain cell. Okay. So the secret conspiracy people did it for Joe, and they, even while Donald Trump was president, the almighty Donald Trump was president, and somehow they did this this mythical fancy schmancy thing. So if those people were so brilliant, then why couldn't they anyway? Yeah, I did. I don't know why that's funny. Actually reading about things is how you learn them. Polls are open during set hours. Oh, I'm reported for missing. I'm a corporate shill now too. Yet a phone calling request voters. No fraud. Yet a phone calling requesting voter fraud. I don't know what that means. The elections have been manipulated for years. Yes, Gary knows. I don't mean closed. I mean they don't exist anymore. Reporting a stream because you don't like what they're hearing is so weak. I don't even know what misinformation. I guess, don't know what misinformation I allegedly shared. The point of 2,000 Mules was exposing how unfair ballot harvesting is. No, the point of 2,000 Mules was a blatant lie. It was misinformation, and there was they were just, it was a racist lie. That's all it was. It was like black people voting legally and dropping off their ballots for their families. I'm still waiting for my $2,000 tariff check and getting paid to get my medicine. And it's like, where's all this money coming from? I'm still waiting for, I'm not waiting for my $1.99 a gallon gas because I don't use gas. I have an electric car. You're the first one I've ever heard that actually wanted her to be in charge of something that makes me. Yeah, sure. There were 75 million people that voted for Kamala Harris. Long Bong, sorry I missed. You're right about them closing polling places. Another good reasons to vote by mail. Joe Biden or Donald Trump said he had the cure for cancer in 2020, and he would only say what it was if he won. There's a reason why Trump loves the poorly educated. To be fair, he said he loved the educated and the poorly educated. He just doesn't. I mean, he loves the rich, and he doesn't really love the poorly educated. If he really loved the poorly educated, he'd do something for them. Mail-in votes gets verified like all the votes do with certifieds. Yes, They have certified signature analyzers. They have professional training in doing that. If Dame is rejected, then anyway, I'm get so tired of just like, why don't people just like Google a thing? Because and then it's just like any answer, any fact check, Snopes, whatever, that doesn't agree with them, it's because the fact check is liberal. Why do you drink Kool-Aid? You cannot see the truth. It's over with. The government wants us to fight amongst ourselves. It's the oldest trick in the book. Yeah, and going door to door, encouraging or pressuring people to fill out the absentee. No, that's not cheating, and it's not happening. This is just like your made up stuff, dude. And what's wrong with going door to door and pressuring people? Like, what do you mean by pressuring people? Are they like arm twisting them? Are they just saying, "Hey, did you mail your ballot yet?" The only way I'd have a problem is if somebody were to, I mean, it doesn't happen, but I would actually be happy if it did. The only way I'd have an issue with it is if you have people that were only picking up ballots for one person or the other. But the whole thing is made up. Trump didn't hire because she's a good lawyer. He hired her because she will be loyal to him and only to him. Dems can. All right, we're done with you, dude. I've read enough of your. Hey, you go 13 people watching. It's 21 and another 51 on Twitter. Make it 12 and GTFO quirky. Right now it's about 83. It gets higher sometimes. Well, it's so weird how some people worry more about how many people are watching my podcast than I do. Like, what does that matter? Like, you're one of them. So if like, let me see. Okay. We got 36 on the horizontals feed. It's been about 2,500 on the vertical feed that have watched some of it. Have you ever gotten 2,500 people on one feed, dude? Yet here you are. We're just talking about all those things no one ever will be persuaded on the way. Well, but I disagree. I think it's still worth trying. What's the point of having conversations? I mean, you've got to try. And I try to be honest. I try to do research. I try to present facts. And if people can't be persuaded by them, then that's up to them. I do my part. And in cases where the facts prove me wrong, I change my mind. I think that's what we used to call learning. Why is it dirty? What's wrong with it? I mean, you're calling it ballot harvesting. Why is it wrong? What is wrong? What's morally wrong with picking up somebody's ballot and then taking it to the ballot drop? Like, if that is, I don't know what cases where that's legal. I don't know anything about it, but I don't have any problem with it morally. Well, let me see something. For the most part, the ballot harvesting I'm aware of, the thing you call ballot harvesting, like in Georgia, the law was it had to be like for a family member. Like you couldn't go door to door and collect ballots. But even if you could go door to door and collect ballots, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I don't see why you think that there is an issue with that. So please tell me what is wrong with it. He said, "Excuse me, ma'am, have you voted yet?" No? Well, let me tell you about the amazing thing Democrats will do for you. So what's wrong with that? Why is that bad? How is that any different than campaigning? Why do you have an issue with that? Trump is very good at delegitimize things. How will he do it with the Epstein files? Oh my goodness. If I had $1 for every time that Donald Trump was mentioned in the Epstein files, I would be a millionaire. You're making things up. Typical MAGA brain syndrome. Google doesn't lie, actually. But this is like, it's not Google, dude. It's not whether Google tells you the truth or not. Google provides links, and then those links, you click on them and they tell you certain things. And a lot of times they will have like actual things that are called facts that attach to them, or they'll explain what happens and why people think that there's this happened and whatever. It's called research. It's called learning. It's called knowing what you're talking about. Dude, you can't just go through life believing what you want to believe and not believing what you don't want to believe. That's no way to get through life. We have a video of them wheeling in Coleman coolers and placing them under the tables and telling, okay, this is. I think these were not Coleman coolers. Though I know, I remember what you're talking about. You know what those Coleman coolers were? Those things you're calling Coleman coolers? Those were the actual thing that the official ballots were stored in. That was actual ballots stored in the official thing that ballots are stored in. Sorry. Loser down. Well, that's a good response. Why is that fraud? How is it fraud? Explain to me what the fraud is. If somebody fills a ballot, if a citizen fills out a ballot that they are legally allowed to fill out, and they've cast a vote that they are legally allowed to cast, how does my dropping it off in a ballot box, how does that change anything? I mean, if it's illegal somewhere, then that's illegal somewhere. And you shouldn't do it because it's against the law. I'm just saying, in theory, I don't have any problem to do with it. I don't have any problem with it. All right, so hang on. What states is ballot harvesting legal in? All right, so let's just look at this. I really do wish we could have like fact-based discussions. All right, so this is Grok. You know, I'm not saying AI is perfect, but it's the beginning of a discussion. So, ballot harvesting, also called ballot collection, ballot gathering, or third-party ballot return, refers to someone other than the voter returning a completed absentee or mail-in ballot on the voter's behalf. The term harvesting is often used pejoratively by critics, which is why I don't like it, but the practice is regulated differently across states. Laws vary widely, with some states allowing broad third-party collection, any designated person, others limiting it to family members, household members, caregivers, and a few prohibiting it except in narrow cases. No major federal ban exists, and I don't think it could be. And as of February 26th, the most reliable sources indicate the following breakdown. So these are the states that have no restrictions on third-party collection. That liberal blue state known as Alaska, Delaware, District of Columbia, Hawaii, Illinois, Montana. Ooh, Montana, that one's another deep blue state. Nebraska, Nevada, New York, Rhode Island, Washington, Wyoming. So not all of these states are exactly the bluest of states, right? Approximately 11 states plus DC have no have no or minimal restrictions. States allowing broad designations. Anyone chosen by voter with some exclusions. About 18 states allow voters to designate almost anyone with possible exclusions, like candidates or paid operatives. And some paid operatives, I think I could, I could understand that. Like if you're paying somebody to go and collect ballots, then that could be an issue. And I don't know, even then, like if you send somebody into a Democratic district where it's like 90% Democrat and they're not asking anybody who they voted for, then I'd be okay with that. It's just the people that are voting. It's not voting for people. About 18 states allow voters to designate almost anyone. Examples include California, no limit on number, but compensation often prohibited. Colorado, limit of 10 ballots per person. Oregon, New Mexico, and others like Connecticut, Kentucky, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Utah, and Vermont. So again, we got some blue states there, but we also have some red states. Oklahoma, I do not think of Oklahoma as being the bluest of blue states. That's interesting. Oklahoma and California have relatively the same laws on ballot harvest or on ballot collection. States limiting to a specific relationship include Arizona, Arkansas, Georgia. So that's what we were talking about. These were family members doing it. Idaho, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana, Maine, New York, New Hampshire, New Jersey, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, West Virginia. So again, some pretty red states there. North Carolina. Well, I mean, North Dakota. We mentioned Georgia, Arkansas, Indiana, Kansas, Louisiana. States with strict limits or only voter return allowed. And that's Alabama, Mississippi, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Tennessee, Virginia, Wisconsin. And then there's a few states where there are safeguards like limits on the number of ballots one person can return, 2 to 10. Texas bans paid ballot collection specifically. Texas has some really weird laws. But generally, I don't have any moral issues with it. I don't understand. I have issues if somebody is changing the vote, but I don't see a difference between handing my ballot to my wife to go drop off or to handing my ballot off to somebody else to drop off or putting my ballot in the mailbox and having the mailman drop it off. If it's my ballot with my signature on it. You're repeating garbage. And this is, they just marinate in the same stupid for so long that they forget that it's stupid and they feel like they won the argument because they never learned. And so then they just keep running victories around L's. I always say nobody runs a victory rap around an L like a MAGA. I'm just spitting facts minus embellishment. What's the issue? I don't know what facts you're spitting. Logan, proof of your paranoia. If you can see your comments, you're not banned. See how dumb? Oh, is Logan feeling like he's being banned? Typical Democrat socialist, fraudulent voting, vote harvesting, obstruction the will of the people as their newly elected president has been placed by weed the people to assert and agenda. And okay, I'm just going to say I love weed the people. Weed the people. That is my new garage band, and I don't even play an instrument. But I want to go out and I want to learn to play an instrument just so I can start a garage band called Weed the People. Weed, W-E-E-D, the people. That is a garage band name if I ever saw one. Isn't that? Oh wait, where'd he go? Where'd Weed the People go? Oh, wait. There he is. Weed the people. See that? Weed the people. I love that. Weed the people. My taxes are not the lowest ever, not even close. I think ballot harvesting, I mean, if your taxes are the lowest ever, that could be because you're, I mean, like not long bong, but maybe some people are having the lowest taxes ever because they are making less money. I think ballot harvesting is dishonest because there's too much room for, what is the room for coercion? Like, what is the room for coercion? Like, I honestly do not understand that. How is there room for coercion? What is the means by which things are coerced? All the clowns still believing Trump. What's wrong with going to disabled elderly people and picking up their ballots and delivering them securely to the ballot box, right? Like if you go to a nursing home, let's say you just go to a nursing home and everybody fills out their ballots and they sign their names and they put them in the envelopes and then you take them and you drop them off to a drop box. What great damage have you done to society? And I don't care who they're voting for. I think that everybody should be able to vote as easily as possible as long as they're legal votes. I honestly can't wait for the day the only thing we worry about on a daily basis is just what we're going to wear to work and which movie will be the biggest. Well, we used to be that way, but people complained about Obama being black. Trump is going to say midterms was rigged if Republicans lose ground. Maybe not. Yeah. And now he's managed to silence Gallup. Have you heard about that? Gallup poll's not going to be doing its presidential approval ratings anymore because nobody approves of Trump. And so now there won't be the approval ratings to say, yeah, we saw this coming, dude. He'll just be like, I had the highest ratings ever. When she will. Ballot harvesting is why is it desperate, Logan? You just keep saying things. Do you have a coherent thought beyond there? Why is it desperate? Why is it, if it's so blatantly what the issue is, why can't you explain it? What's wrong? As long as the person actually voted, what's wrong with dropping off their vote? How does that change anything? Yes. You saw the official ballot boxes. That's the thing. You are literally complaining about them holding ballots in the boxes the ballots are supposed to be held in. Learn how ballots are counted then, or maybe you can volunteer next time. That's a good idea. If you believe everything that you read, that's okay for you. I don't believe everything that I read, but I don't disbelieve anything I don't want to believe. Like there's a whole cognitive process that goes on. What is the source? What is, just not believing anything that you don't want to believe is no way to get through life either. It's called facts, learning what the facts are. Like, for instance, once you learn that those coolers were the thing that the ballots were supposed, was exactly what the ballot boxes look like, then you go bringing ballots into, bringing in ballots in their ballot box and putting them under the table where they're supposed to be, maybe isn't the big sign of subterfuge that you think it is. It is just somebody that doesn't understand the process sitting there playing nefarious music to it, and all of a sudden you think it's wrong. Not because it's wrong, but because you don't know what is right. And so when you learn what is right, you should be saying, oh, there's nothing wrong. Mount harvesting. Oh, now it's mount harvesting. It's only frowned upon. I don't know what mount harvesting is. Is that harvesting mountains? It's only frowned upon by the people who want less people to vote. Okay. All right. So you're not. Did you mean? Oh, I think he meant ballot harvesting is only frowned upon by people who want less people to vote because they think that their vote is more important than anyone else's vote. Yeah, they just if ballot harvest, and I don't even like the word ballot harvesting. If ballot collections were good for the Republicans, they wouldn't be mad. They wouldn't complain about it. I think that's a good idea, Logan. How about you consider that? Why don't you volunteer at your local polling location? For real, like vote. Like volunteer, do the work there and see what it's like. See what the process is, at least where you live. Like maybe you'll get some understanding on how the whole process works. He finally voted in person in 2024 because he got skewered for voting absentee in 2020. Okay, we're pretty clear on your position on ballot harvesting, but it doesn't seem like you're able to clarify why you have such an issue with it, other than just you've got an opinion and you're sticking with it. You actually get paid to volunteer, bro. And the best part, you learn exactly how voting works instead of staying home and watching Fox News all day. Actually, that's a really there's a lot of people that are like, one of the issues right now is we're losing volunteers at to help the poll workers. We're losing poll workers. I think that would be great. If I had a kid, I would encourage them to go do that. Like, like in their late teens or early 20s. Like to volunteer and learn how the process works and stuff. I bet that would really, really help. And I mean, like whatever like being a poll worker is not a liberal or conservative thing. That's just public service thing. The people that work at our polls, I don't care where you live or what state or who you vote for or whatever. The poll workers really are the unheralded heroes of our democracy. They really are, and they just, some of them are so ostracized. And I've never ever one time, all the times that I go to vote, I always thank my poll workers for doing what they're doing. I never once asked them or heard from them who they voted for. There are some people who want to encourage the most amount of people in the country to vote, and they want to do everything that they can to appreciate and help these people get their vote out. And I think that the more people vote, the better, as long as they're legal votes. But I think not allowing people to vote legally, I have an issue with that. I'm one of those people. I think it sounds like you are too, that you're talking about. I want to encourage people to vote. Yes, but you're not arguing why. It's like you have been told that ballot collections is bad, and you've never thought about why. You've never thought about whether it actually is. You just have been told it's bad, and like you've never like really challenged that precept that it may or may not be. Like, could you, like give it some thought, dude? Where do you think ballots are stored before they are counted? States have laws at the time they can begin to count ballots. Like they actually have procedures and laws and stuff that they follow, right? Like that's to me, like you get mad that the one person forgot to sign the tape. Like, oh, but then these were people following procedure. I'm not even trying to troll, Logan. This is true. I work too much to volunteer. Well, it's good that you work. But hey, take 2 days. Take 1 day. Just volunteer on voting day. Or just maybe learn then. Like what is so wrong with learning what the voting process is like? Trump is so unpopular, even his veins don't want to support him anymore. Even his hair is trying to retreat. Well, LOL, nice excuse. I don't think you work, bro. Too early for you to be here. You know which party? Do you have any reason to believe that Democrats are less likely to be employed than Republicans? Let me. I'm asking Grok about this. Let's see what he says. I have a feeling that it's there, that it's just it is not either way. Slightly higher among Democrats than Republicans. Oh wait, was it? I think that could be skewed a little bit by race too, because unemployment always is higher for blacks than whites because we do live in a society that has systemic racism. The question can be interpreted in two main ways: whether unemployment rates are higher among people who identify as Republicans or Democrats, or whether unemployment rates are higher during Republican or among Republicans versus Democrats. So 5.9% among self-identified Republicans, 4.8% among Republicans, 5.9% among Democrats. So for the among, is that race adjusted? So it's not race adjusted. So just historically, unemployment has been slightly higher, has been higher for blacks. And since black people tend to be more Democratic, I think that negligible difference between Democrats and Republicans is more about race than it is about ideology. And it's small enough in both ways. This idea that Republicans go to work and Democrats don't is kind of a silly thing. Ouch, ouch. Okay. My cat is trying to eat me. This is Huggy Bear. If you ever hear me talking about Huggy Bear, that's Huggy Bear. He's my good kitty. He's a good boy, except when he tries to eat me. All right, so let me. All right. Okay. Yes, Oklahoma, where Trump won every county in the last 3 elections, such a bastion of blue, right? Like that also tells me I'm like way behind on the comments here. All right, well, 15 minutes. But yeah, that surprised me. Like I thought that ballot collections would be like a red-blue thing, but apparently it's just a state-by-state thing. I don't know who's name calling. I know, buddy. I know. I love you. Mm-hmm. So you're a good boy. See, at least my cat loves me, right? There is not enough space in comments to educate you. Do some research, right? Yeah, I really do wish some people would at least show some curiosity and some willingness to learn. Do you guys like Huggy Bear? Even if you don't like me, black cats matter. Uh, oh, he does this when he's feeling like really affectionate. I don't know what came over him. Don't tell. I'm sorry, buddy. Don't tell the Democrats this. They won't ever win an election ever again if they stop ballot harvesting. And yeah, see, that's just made up stuff. Be better, Keith. I've heard that he was trying to silence the Gallup poll, but didn't. Yeah, you know, that's kind of disappointing. And got no point, Logan. I swear, seriously, go volunteer. I really like that. I think I'm gonna just be on this. I encourage everybody volunteer at the polls. I think that would be just great. I think it would be a great way to um, even go beyond, like, to be involved in politics without being partisan. My point should be, why should it be illegal to convince people to vote? And it is different than campaigning in the poll line. Campaigning in the poll line is telling people to who to vote for. Um, telling people to vote is not at home. Is not. I mean, how is that any different than a TV commercial? I mean, it's just a weird take. Volunteering to pick up ballots. That's not. Well, how is that wanting to win? You don't know who they're voting for. Globalism, Fox News, CNN. No, they're not. They aren't the same. They literally aren't. I hate comments like that. They're just so pretentious. Like, like somehow somebody knows something more, but I don't watch either one, and I know that they're not the same. We don't hate any great man. We are disgusted by yeah. Donald Trump is not a great man. I always think about this. The word great, it actually means larger, right? Like 8 is greater than 7. It means bigger. And so, like, a great person is someone who makes something larger. It should make our imagination larger, our heart larger, our desire to be something bigger than what we are. Like that would be to make us great. Would be to aspire to being something more than what we are. What Donald Trump is he's the opposite of that. Donald Trump is petty. Donald Trump wants to make America petty again. He's everything about Trump is the opposite of great. Are all pill workers unpaid? I don't know what a pill worker is. Poll workers. Oh, are all poll workers unpaid? I think it might depend on where. I think for the most part, poll workers are all volunteers. I don't think they get paid, and I think a lot of them probably get a lot of abuse. Okay, please stop eating me. See, he goes from affection to eating me. Ow, 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 ow. Are you hungry? I'll get you in a minute. I'll get you in a bit. You can get hired at 16 and get paid good money, and you actually learn how to. Do you get paid? I never even. Hang on a second. I'm going to just.
Okay, broadcasting now.
Okay. My wife is coming to my rescue. But you guys got to meet Huggy Bear. Huggy Bear's sweet, isn't he? When he's not trying to eat me. Again, I got socks older than you, Lon. Oh, I've got socks that I've got socks that are 35 years old. Did you hear the jobs numbers for 2025 got adjusted down by about 1 million? I did not. Is that happened today? I will say that I don't think that's all Trump's fault. A lot of that has to do with AI, and I've talked about this before. AI is like, if you look at just AI, it drives almost all of our GDP growth, and actually most of the stock market growth too. And it plays tricks with our algorithms on predicting job growth, because what happens is there's all this investment that should normally correlate to all of these jobs, but because it's AI, it's like not real jobs that are getting created. And so that's why under Biden you had like the million job adjustment in 2024, and then you had one in in 2024 you had one for 2023, one 2025 for 2024, now another one. So we keep, and then the 1 million job adjustment, Trump like canned the person for, but it's actually not Trump's fault or Biden's fault. It's just AI throwing off the algorithm. Yeah, you just keep saying the same thing, and I keep responding to that. Now, the way logic works is that you're supposed to say something responding to what I said. You keep saying you don't like ballot harvesting because of some made up thing about it's forcing people to, whatever. And there's no evidence of that. That's a made up thing in your head. It's not forcing anybody to do anything. I would hope poll workers would try for that. Our voter turnout should be higher, and people should be more aware and actively participate in politics. I agree. Then go volunteer, Logan. Quite literally, just 1 week, bro. Go educate yourself, please, for your own sake. That would really be something. I think, Logan, maybe you seem like you're a bit on the younger side. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe you'd learn something that could, that could be a lifetime memory. That is, I've had I've never worked as a poll worker, and I never even thought about doing it. But I've had a lot of people on my Twitter account and stuff that have told me they were poll workers. I've never had anybody say that they regretted it. I think there are certain things in life. I have this kind of philosophy about things when I'm thinking about something, doing something, and I'll think, okay, would I rather regret doing it or regret not doing it? Is kind of like for me, for a lot of decisions. I'll be like, would I rather regret having done this, or would I rather regret not having done that? And most of the time, I think I would rather regret having not done that. That's how you get a life filled with experiences. An experience is a great teacher. Remember the ones blocking the people inquiring? I don't know who's blocking who. I would hope poll workers would. Okay, so we're back here. Then go. Sometimes I accidentally mess myself up. Okay, so I take IDs, issue ballots, and then go home. Oh no, that would be ballot. That's not ballot harvesting. What do you mean you take the IDs? I mean, obviously there should be laws regarding ballot collections. Like you can't take somebody's ballots and go home. That would be illegal. Like I have a problem with ballot theft. That's not what ballot collections are. I encourage everyone to vote. I do too. Yes, because Democrats created the incentives to not. No, Democrats didn't create incentives to not work and have kids. This is like Logan, dude. Tell me what Democrats have done to create incentives to not work and have kids. Honestly, like, give me a thoughtful answer. Tell me how Democrats don't want you to have kids. I think both parties do a horrible job. I vote for people with proven track records, not by party. I tend to vote by party, not by people. I think because both parties have track records. One has a very, very fascist track record, and the other one is not a fascist track record. It's not perfect. I wish it could get a whole lot better, but I'm not going to equate, Chuck Schumer, as many issues as I have with him, with Donald Trump or Ted Cruz. Wait, sorry, I forgot. I would imagine it would depend on who's in charge and which jobs are being devalued. Okay, you are a fool to believe that there is systemic racism. Thought you might have. No, there is systemic racism. There's zero doubt about that. That you don't think there is systemic racism is not some sort of thing that proves I'm a fool. It's a proof that you are a fool. And if you can't physically get there, then it should be an honor to carry a disabled person's vote to the ballot box, not some trumped up conspiracy. Was that on purpose? Was that pun intended, or was that just that? Because if it was intended, then chef's kiss from the Pun Show. If it wasn't intended, chef's kiss from the Pun Show. Either way, it's funny. What is your thoughts on having a license and presenting it to vote? I think that I don't have any issues asking people to prove who they are when they vote. I don't think that it's like what that means, like how that is. I think that there's a lot of leeway there. Like I don't have a problem with somebody showing a student ID when they vote. I don't have any problem with somebody showing a hunter's license when they vote. I think this whole idea of proving you are who you are when you vote and that you're an American citizen and all of that is, I think a lot of that is just hyperbolic nonsense. People don't tend to pretend to be somebody else when they vote. And people don't tend to vote illegally. Like I said, there's like 1,600 cases in 42 years documented by the Heritage Foundation, this database was set up to prove how rampant voter fraud is. And what they have effectively done is prove that it's extremely rare. 1,600 cases spanning billions of votes over 42 years. So, I mean, I think as long as you're, able to establish that you are the person that is there to vote. Like one time when I lived in Chicago, I had moved there, like just barely moved there. I didn't even have my driver's license there yet. And I didn't long, complicated story, but I didn't have my driver's license. I didn't have a state ID. I did have a bill with my name on it. And so and I was registered because I went to go like register to vote. And so I had a bill with my name on it, and the bill had to have my address on it too. And they took that. So I proved who I was, and I proved that I was in the right precinct. And that was enough for them. Nobody ever accused me of trying to fake a vote or anything. And I was like, I was voting honestly. I was voting legally. I don't know what you're talking about. You just seem to have just gone off on a hint, on an unhinged rant. Like if somebody, I don't think that systemic racism is gay, whatever that's supposed to mean, should have to prove you are eligible to vote. Well, you have to attest that you are a citizen. You have to sign under penalty of perjury. Like it's a felony to vote illegally, and it very, very rarely happens. Seems pretty straightforward to me. You give me an ID. Dude, you don't give somebody your ID. When people are collecting ballots, they're not collecting IDs. They're not collecting voter IDs. Do you know what's going on with that? There are some places where they have like drop boxes or mailboxes. And instead of putting it in the mailbox, instead of me going and putting it in the mailbox, somebody puts it in the mailbox for me. I don't send in my ID when I vote by mail. Like this is all, Logan, this is all weird. None of this is, you get your ballot, then direct someone to the machine, and after 5,000 of that, you go home. I don't even, like, that is just such a, oh, that's weird. Oh, a 3-minute YouTube video. Dude, I don't know where you get your information. Like, that doesn't happen. Oh, now you want me to re-explain your own post to you. Do you have poor comprehension? Oh, so this is, I think Amfor and Logan are arguing. Voting is important. Why shouldn't you prove that you have the right? Why should you? Like, why? Where in the Constitution does it say that you have to prove you're a citizen? It just says you have to be a citizen. Like, why do you have to like jump through hurdles to prove you're a citizen? Why does that make it more secure? Why? Like, you're asking me this rhetorical question as though the answer is in your favor, when it's a weird assumption. Logan, you're being intellectually dishonest, and it's incredibly transparent. Okay, sorry. There we go. I'm back to where I'll agree with that. And your cat. Are you talking? We're up to the Huggy Bear. I hope everybody got to like Huggy Bear. That's what I asked this guy. I don't know. Hero isn't a word, Logan. Or hey. I'm totally lost in this conversation. This is why I asked this guy what his thought was on having a license to vote. I don't know what you mean by having a license to vote. I think I don't understand what you're asking me or why you're asking me it. You can call me Kelly instead of this guy if you wanted. Tell me how smooth your brain is. I've been accused of being Democrat for the last decade by MAGA because I'm not part of the cult. I'm an independent because I don't trust the two-party system. That's fine. I had Joe Walsh on my show one time. Joe Walsh and I do not agree on most things, but he's a really nice guy. Just tell me one thing you don't agree with or didn't like the connotation of, and I'd be happy to explain. How about the assumption that people that are collecting ballots are doing something like, how is taking ballots from a nursing home and putting them in a mailbox unethical. Why did Bad Bunny delete his social? Did Bad Bunny delete his social media? Or is this? I'd be surprised if he did. This sounds like some sort of weird right-wing nonsensical thing. Oh, it is not. So that's interesting. So wonder why. This sounded like the kind of thing that MAGA makes up. So why did he do it? Yes, Bad Bunny has effectively deleted or wiped out his main social media presence on Instagram, his primary platform, but he hasn't fully deleted or deactivated his accounts across all platforms. After the Super Bowl halftime reports confirm he deleted all posts, removed his profile picture, and unfollowed everyone he was following, and left only a link in his bio to stream his album. The grid now shows no post yet, making it appear blank or reset. This happened before the halftime show. He did the same thing on Twitter. He hasn't necessarily deactivated. He's done similar resets or cleanups before. Speculation includes it being a marketing move for a new era, a response to criticism, or just his style of periodic digital detox. He hasn't publicly explained it. Interesting. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and find out. I think he's pretty successful either way. Okay, come on, Logan. Why aren't you asking me to specify what's stupid? I think, Logan, maybe what would help everybody is if you could be specific instead of general. You seem to have this general aversion to ballot collections, but your issues with it seem to be either disproven or untrue, or just made up by somebody, not necessarily by you. Do you have specific examples of somebody doing the things that you are alleging? You are doing such a good job when you were so much more confident a little bit ago. What happened? All right, so we'll just skip over this. Well, that's what the conversation started, because the SAVE Act was passed yesterday. And then the SAVE Act was passed yesterday in large response to what happened 5 years ago and the fake allegations that prompted the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act is going to disenfranchise millions of people for no reason. How do you think? So Gary, do you think that people should be disenfranchised over fake allegations? Do you think that there's 3.8 million people in America that are American citizens? They're legitimate American citizens that are voting age and constitutionally allowed to vote, but they don't have birth certificates for various reasons. Should those people be allowed to vote? What do you think? Should those people be allowed to vote, or should they be denied the right to vote because Donald Trump made up stuff about elections being stolen in 2020? So Amber and Logan are going back and forth. I mean, Logan, when you call it ballot harvesting, you've already kind of ballot harvesting is a pejorative. Ballot collecting is the more accurate term. Harvesting implies there's something unethical about it. Just the word harvesting. So do you have a problem? Let's just say how much of an issue do you have? If I give my wife my ballot and ask her to drop it off in the mailbox while she's going out to the front door, and she's just going to go to the front door and drop the mail off, and she drops my mail off with her mail, with her ballot, my ballot off with her ballot, do you have a problem with that? Is that what you would call ballot harvesting? What do you think? If people are in the same household, can one person bring out the other person's ballot and put it in the mailbox? I just want to find out, are you a disagreement 100% in all principle, or is it just there is a line that you have, and then we can establish what that line is? So I'm trying to think of the absolute minimum that somebody shouldn't have a problem with. You also seem to be under the impression that ballot harvesting involves taking somebody's ID, which is not true. Or ballot collecting. All ballot collecting is doing is taking a sealed, signed ballot and either putting it in a mailbox or a drop box. Ballot harvesting is the practice of, no, that's not the practice of collecting legitimate ballots door to door and delivering them. It includes that, but that generally doesn't, that is not all that it includes. Ballot harvesting is, we read the definition, and it's not ballot harvesting, it's ballot. What was the ballot harvesting, also called ballot collection, ballot gathering, or third-party ballot return, refers to someone other than the voter returning a completed absentee or mail-in ballot on the voter's behalf. So just someone else returning a ballot on the voter's behalf. So, are you okay with my wife returning a ballot on my behalf? Okay, but you're not, you don't get to set the definition yourself. There is an actual thing, and you don't get to decide this. I'm going to use this pejorative to describe this, and then I'm going to define it in a different way. Because what happens then, and this is probably what happened to you, you're understanding it that way is because of the way somebody described it to you. So when you hear ballot harvesting, that's what you think of. So then when you see these people dropping off the ballots in 2,000 Mules, and you're thinking that this is what happened, these people went around door to door and collecting people's ballots, when that's not what happened. In Georgia, it has to be a family member. So there was a pandemic going on and people were staying at home. So people would bring over the ballots for the people in their home, and they would drop all those off. I love black cats. I do too now. Huggy Bear is my second cat and my first black cat. My other one was orange. My orange cat was like typically dumb, but Huggy Bear is smarter than even my dogs were. He's really smart. I have an adjustable bed, like that, like goes up and down, like the feet and the head come up and down because I like to watch bed and TV, and it's extremely comfortable. And all my other animals, none of them ever figured out that the remote makes the bed go up and down. He figured that out right away. He comes and he looks at the remote. Like he figured out how remotes work. One time he stepped on my remote and he paused the TV. Get it? Paused. Another time he muted it. Muted it. Okay. That would be my definition. You didn't type anything out. Where are you referring to? Oh, he was referring to me. Yeah, to definition of ballot harvesting. Okay. I think that there are some people that want to poison the well. Some people want to corrupt everything political. And mostly it's the people in power that want to do that. As counterintuitive as that is. Because if people aren't interested in trying to make things better, they keep their jobs. Ballot harvesting is dropping off a completed ballot for somebody else. Kelly Asodai Sanas, I never said force. You said coerce, I think. Yeah, I think, I'm sorry. Coerce, force, whatever. You make it sound like somebody is... I'm pretty sure you said coerce. Okay, Logan, you're referring to the concept of mail-in ballots being a problem. Republicans have won in the past due to... Yeah, before 2020, mail-in ballots always went to Republicans. It was always Republicans that did better in the mail-in. It was Republicans that would pull into the lead with the mail-in ballots. The late night ballots, they would always be movement towards the Republicans. Can we talk about something that's relevant? No, Amber, not. Okay, well, when I look up the concept of ballot harvesting, it just describes multitudes of different ways in which ballots can be collected. Yeah, ballot collecting is the better term. Harvesting makes it sound like there's something untoward about it. I'm talking about the idea that you can target an area with volunteers to go ballot collecting. Okay, what's wrong with that? Like, why is that wrong? Let's say that the Democrats want to go to a nursing home. And they want to go to nursing homes to collect ballots and drop them off. Why is that wrong? What is the moral issue there? Like, why is... I know that that's your problem. But why is it a problem? What is the actual issue? I mean, yeah, ballot collecting. What are they? This was what I read. Ballot gathering, third-party ballot return. Hang on. I think the idea of going door-to-door ballot collecting, I don't know if that's going door-to-door to collect completed ballots, often called ballot harvesting or third-party collection. It's not universally legal in the U.S. It's heavily regulated and varied by states. The practice itself, oh, what happened? Sorry. I just lost my... my Grok feed. Let's see if it'll. Anyway, some states you can do it, some states you can't, but it's regulated, and I think you have to, like, you can't be selective in whose ballot you know. I'm not sure what the Grok is being weird. Let's see if Claude knows the answer. Where can you go? Door to door collecting completed ballots. Okay, great question. The roles on ballot collection, sometimes called ballot harvesting, vary significantly by states. No, I'm just wondering. I don't know if there's any states, Logan. I'm trying to find out. So there are the 11 states. So some have the cap on the number of ballots one person can return. And then there are some states that exclude campaign workers or candidates from being able to do it. California is probably the best known example of a very permissive state. California voters can legally designate any person to return their ballot to the elections official or to a precinct board at a polling place with no limit on how many ballots one person can collect. Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, Colorado, and DC. California is probably the most prominent. Even in permissive states, there are usually at least some rules like prohibitions on paying per ballot collect. Yeah, you can't pay somebody for it in California. Or requirements that the voters they have to seal it before they hand it off. But like as long as the person that's doing the voting is willing to hand it over, and as long as it gets dropped off, and as long as the like what is the issue with that? As long as it's a legal vote, the legal voter is doing it voluntarily, and the person dropping off the vote is dropping off the legal vote. Why is that an issue? How does that change anything? Like the ballot gets from the house to the voting precinct. What difference does it make how it made that journey? It doesn't change the vote. What? But why? I know you're saying talk about the convenient methods. I'm talking about targeting certain areas with a bunch of voters, a bunch of volunteers to go door to door and pick up ballots of people who may not have voted. But why is that a problem? I understand that you're saying that there is this neighborhood that is mostly Democratic leaning, right? That's what you're saying. And so but they're only got like 27% turnout. So you unleash a herd of volunteers to go door to door and ask people if they voted. And, tell them, hey, I can drop off your ballot for you. We've got a whole herd of people out here dropping off ballots. So why is that a problem? As long as they're not just saying we're only doing this for Democrats, as long as they're not saying, like stealing ballots. I mean, as long as this person that voted willingly gives you their vote that they completed and sealed in the envelope and everything like that, and you drop it off, why is that an issue? Why does the way that the ballot went from that person's home to the precinct, why does that matter? Yeah, I usually have like a call-in number that I forgot to put up, but I don't really do live call-ins, but I do voicemails. But I'm done in like 4.5 minutes here, so my vote doesn't really make a difference here in Oklahoma, but I vote anyways. Yeah, I guess I feel kind of the same way. It's like that, when people talk about the Electoral College making sure that presidential candidates go to every single state and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't. It has the opposite effect. I think if we just had a universal vote, then every single vote matters and every single candidate would have to work for every single vote. And right now we have like half dozen states that you campaign in, and everybody else just takes your vote they take your vote for granted. MAGA only voted for Adolf Trump because they will never vote for a woman. A lot of them, that's true. I see it's to encourage people to vote who haven't already voted. Or are you implying that it's sketchy because when they collect the ballots, they technically could be doing something bad with it? Logan, blue states pay more to the government than they receive back. Yeah. The federal government, yeah, blue states tend to pay more than they get back in federal. Blue states pay more in federal taxes than they get in federal revenue. Red states pay more or get more in federal revenue than they pay in federal taxes. For example, I have a very right-leaning town. I'm going to go down to the old people's home because I know they've got ballots mailed to them. I encourage them to fill out. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I have no issue with that. Go for it. 100% fine with that. I think everybody should be able to vote. People that agree with me and people that don't agree with me. I have zero problem. If you went to some right-wing MAGA nursing home, collected all their ballots and went and dropped it off, I think that would be a decent thing. I would be proud of you for doing something like that. You're helping the, senior citizens be able to do their civic duty. We're not talking about voter IDs. Blue state. The SAVE Act is not, I know you missed the whole thing and we're down to like 3 minutes here. The SAVE Act is not about voter IDs. You go back, watch the whole video from the beginning if you want. But the SAVE Act has nothing to do with voter IDs. I think there are a lot of Republicans that seem to just think that it's a voter ID law. It is not a voter ID law. All right. But why is it immoral? What is immoral about it? Why is it immoral? What is morally wrong with dropping off a ballot for somebody? Because then victory comes down to how many volunteers do you... Okay, volunteers, though, are doing what? Helping people. And I don't know if it comes down to, whoever got the most volunteers to help drop off ballots. I think that's probably an oversimplification. I think that's one factor among many. But what is wrong with having people help other people? Like, you think it is immoral to have people help people. I think it's moral to have people help people. I don't know why you're talking about verified IDs to vote. You are very naive, said the person that's very naive. And you would have very much been committing a felony, and you may very well end up in jail for it. I mean, I know that you think that you are like this super astute person with your made up little fictional world stuff, but no. If you had very easily voted for your mother, there is a very good chance that you would have been caught and would end up in prison. Ask that to the people that voted for their wives and husbands and are in prison now. Is Democrats, anyway. Yeah, we're not going to deal with that. All right. So we're over 4 hours. So I think that's it for today. Thank you for watching. I don't know what I'm going to talk about tomorrow, but I'll figure it out tonight. I hope you guys have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow.